Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Today with the help of React Next.js we are going to build a Canva clone 2.0 application completely from the scratch. This is a full stack application in which you're gonna learn a lot of different new technology, and once you build this particular project you can build any kind of video image editing application like Canva. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this Canva application. If you see we have this beautiful workspace page, and here you have option to directly create an Instagram post, Instagram story, YouTube thumbnail, a PowerPoint slide, flyer and many more options. Below that I already have some of the project I created with the help of this Canva clone. Also, not only that, but you can also use existing template provided by our own Canva clone. Just click on it and then you can create a new one. But let me start with the scratch. Let's say you want to create the Instagram post, just click on it and it will start. But if you want to create your own width and size canvas, then you can also have option to do that. If I click Instagram post, then it will redirect me to this beautiful editor. Now once you jump on this canvas editor, you have option to use the existing template which we already added to this Canva. Let's say you want to use this example, let's add it and boom, it will get added immediately. You have option to edit each of these item or you can even add it. At the top you will see all of this option. You have option to pick a different color, or you have option to update the border color, change the radius, or even you can change the opacity of any element. Not only that, but you can update the font of your any text like charm. How cool, right? You can have option to send this to the backward or forward, or you can make it italic, bold, underline, anything. Also, if you don't want any of the item, just delete it. How cool, right? On the left hand side, you will see this beautiful option along with the template, element, image, text, AI, background and many more. If you want to add any elements, just click on it and boom, it get added. Obviously, you have option to update this, change the styles, change the color and everything that you can do it. Here you will see all the kind of list of different stickers that you can add it, and then once you add the sticker, you can resize this according to your requirements, and I'm gonna tell you how can we add these stickers as well. Inside the image, you have option to upload your own image as well. Just click on it, upload the image which you want, and then it will store it on our free cloud storage called ImageKit.io, and boom, this image get added immediately. Also, if you want to search any kind of image, let's say you want to search mountains, just search it and then boom, it will give you all the mountains. You want to learn how can we add this free image search API as well, and you can search any image which you want. How cool, right? And you can just click on it and then it will get added to your canvas immediately like this, say. Okay, next thing, if you want to add any different kind of text, add the text which you want, and then at the top you will see all the setting. You can resize this text, or you can change the font, you can change the font style, everything you will find inside this application, and you want to learn each of them in a detail. Not only that, but with the help of ImageKit.io, we're gonna add the AI feature to our application, where you wanna learn how to remove the background, how to remove the update the background, and many other options you will find over here. We are not using any API within the image URL. You're gonna learn how easily we can transform our image with the help of AI, and that is possible only with the help of ImageKit.io. Then the simple and easiest way to change the background that we gonna learn, like for example, if you want to change the background, boom, say within a click it's changed the background, whatever the background we want, and then you can just change it. Then if you want to save this image template, you have option to save, and just click on it and it will save it to our database. With the help of Convex, we use and store all our application data. You're gonna learn everything from setting up the Convex database to deploy the Convex in the production mode. Convex is one of the best database in the market and many developers loving this one, and that's the reason we are going to use a Convex, because it's very easy to integrate with your AI, any SaaS application or any web or mobile application as well. At the last you finish your editing and you want to export it, you have option to export as well. Just click on it and boom, it's get exported. Once you open this one, you will see this beautiful design which you exported. How cool, right? And that is only possible with this Canva clone application, and everything you gonna learn chapter by chapter. At each step I am going to tell you and explain each of the detail with the flowchart, the mockups and all of this information, so that if you are beginner, you are new and you have hard time to understand, don't worry, because in each chapter I am going to explain first what we are going to build in the particular chapter, and then we start building that particular feature. Once you come back anytime and you will see all your work, and then you have option, just open it and start editing any of your project. And then once you open, again you can make changes, save it and go back. Once we save this one, you will see we will generate the preview of that particular design as well, and that also we gonna learn how to do it. With the help of Next.js and React, we building this complete application from scratch. This is a complete full stack application which we are going to build it. Now talking about the tech stack, as you know that we are going to use React and Next.js along with the Tailwind CSS, but the most important, we are going to use a Convex database. As you know that Convex is the popular database among the developers, and that's the reason we are going to select this Convex for this complicated Canva application. And for the AI transformation of the images or storing all the images for free, we are going to use an ImageKit.io, where you will learn how easily we can transform image directly through the URL. You don't need to make any API call or anything like that. Just update the URL and then it automatically transform your image. So guys, if you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, press like button and join our TubeGurji Pro family, where you will get an exclusive access to all my courses. You will get the source code for each of the project and you can join it just under $15. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop Canva Clone 2.0 application. Let's create the React Next.js application. So obviously you know that we are going to use a Next.js to build this application, and Next.js is a React framework which provides a lot of different features, and that's the reason we are going to use a Next.js. So simply go to the folder where you want to create the project, and I will open a terminal at that folder. You can open the command prompt and then simply type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js, but I will also add this latest version with the actual version name or version number. Click enter and then it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes and then give the project name. So here we'll say Canva clone 2.0. Okay, then click enter. Then it will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? We'll say no, yesly no. Tailwind CSS, say yes. The source directory, say no, and they say yes to app router, and then no for other two options. If you see, it will start installing some dependency like React, React.js, Next, and the Tailwind CSS as well. Once it is done, you will see our project is now ready. Now simply go to the VS Code and then open a project by clicking open. then locate the particular folder, and then it will ask, do you want to trust this author? Yes. And here you will see some of the folders and file get created when you create this project. The very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain the actual pages which you are going to add to your application. Currently we have this global.css file which contain the CSS which is applied throughout the application. Now obviously it uses a tailwind CSS as well. Then we have the layout.js file which contain the which is the root layout of your application, which has the font, the metadata which is helpful for SEO purpose, and the HTML body tag. All your pages are going to route through this root layout. Then we have the default page called page.js file. Now once you run the application, you will see this page is going to render by default. Then we have the public folder which contain all the files, images, or which you want to load from your local folder. Then we have the next.config.js which contain the configuration related to your Next.js application. The package.json contain the name, version of your application along with the script to run, to build or your application, dependency with their version number, and dev dependency. Right now we have the React version 19. Here I am going to update it to 18 because many of the UI library or all the new library use the React 18 version. So simply once you update, just run a command npm install. So it will update the latest version of the React and React DOM. If you keep the 19, it doesn't harm anything. Also the most important thing over here that you will see that it uses a Tailwind CSS version 4, as Tailwind CSS recently launched this version at the time of this recording. Now go to the terminal, click new terminal, and inside this you will see the terminal will open inside the VS Code. Here just type a command npm run dev. Now it will run your application on the port 3001. Maybe my 3000 port is already in use, so that's why it's running on this particular port. So in your case it might be run on 3000. Okay, so I will open that, and then you will see your application is running live. So over here inside the app folder you have the page.js which is the default page of our application. Now whatever the content you see on this browser, this is already inside this page.js file. Now I will delete everything. Okay, so and I will just keep the empty div tag with, I will add a text called subscribe to TubeGurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. As soon as we save, you will see the simple and heading tag is showing called subscribe to TubeGurji. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to create your Next.js application and then run it. Next thing that we want to do is to install the Tailwind CSS based UI component library called ShadCN. ShadCN is very popular UI component library among the developers, and it's very easy to use as well. Simply go to the ui.shadcn.com. Here we'll say get started. Now go to the Next.js. As you will see, this particular project is using the Tailwind CSS version 4. But if you are using the version 3, then you can go to this particular documentation. Then over here we'll initialize the ShadCN. So inside the terminal I will just run. After this you can test this out using this, adding this component, but before that you will say yes over here to run the ShadCN. Then it will ask the base color. You can select any base color, and then it will install the dependency. Once you add the ShadCN, you will see few changes. One, the lib folder get added, and other, the component.js file get added, which contain the configuration related to the ShadCN. Now we'll install this ShadCN component called button. Click enter. Once you add this button, you will see the new folder get created called buttons. Inside that we have the UI folder, and inside that we have the button.jsx file. Inside here we'll see all the code, and obviously it is completely customizable. Also, when you install the shared CN inside the global CSS, you will see some of the color variable get added, right? Now, many of these colors sometimes doesn't work with this particular name, right? So, for example, if you are using primary color, you can easily replace with the hex code, something like this. So, for example, I want to use primary color, I will just update with this hex code, okay, and then save it. Now, in order to use the button component, let's use this over here, and we'll say subscribe and then save it. Now, once you add this button component, we'll go back to our application, just refresh it, and you will see this button, okay. Obviously it's not visible. Maybe we updated this global CSS. Let me undo this one and let's see how it looks. And if you see, the button component is showing on the screen with the default primary color. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can add the shared CN component. Now it's time to set up a database for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Convex database. In many of my projects I already use a Convex at many applications, and as you know that Convex is an open source database. Also, Convex, you can host this Convex on your own platform. So Convex also provides the self-hosting, but if you want to use Convex cloud platform, you can also use that one. I will put the link in the description in order to access it for free, as Convex is completely free to use. Convex also provides a lot of different features. It's a real-time updates, then it's a type safety. Also, if you want to run the cron job, you can also do that one. And also along with that one, Convex also have the file storage option. You can store the file images on their platform. It's completely free to use, and everything that we are going to learn in this particular application, starting from the setting up the Convex to deploying the Convex in a production. Simply go to the convex.dev and create a new account if you don't have. Once you log into the Convex, you will jump onto the dashboard. So this is how it will look like. If you see, I already have many projects created with the Convex. Now I will create a new project and give the project name. Here I will say Canva clone 2.0 and click create. Once you create the project, it will redirect you to the database. And right now if you see at the top, currently we are in a dev mode, okay. Anytime you can go to the production mode once you deploy your application. Then on the left hand side you will see an option to create a table, but in our case we are going to write a schema to generate or to create the table. Then you will see all the function which you created, along with have an option to upload the images, files. You can schedule the cron job as well, depends on the event which is occurring on your database. You can check all the failure or catch a hit rate, everything. In the setting you will find all of this option in order to move this to the production mode as well. Now next thing that we need to set up this Convex and integrate with our Next.js application. So simply click in the link in the description. It will jump to this Convex documentation. Then click the Next.js as a framework, and simply you need to install the Convex. So I will copy this npm install Convex command, and I will close this tab. Inside the terminal, just execute this one. Once it install, then you need to run this command called npx convex dev. Now this will actually start the Convex as well. Here you have option to select the create a new project, or you have option to select the existing project. So we'll select the choose existing project. Then you can select the project. So we just created this Canva clone 2.0 from the Convex documentation, from the Convex dashboard. And then if you see, it's saying Convex function is ready to use. Once you initialize this one, you will see some changes in the your file. the new folder get added called Convex. Inside this generated folder there are some files get added. You don't need to worry about any of this. Okay. Next thing, if I go to the documentation, we'll skip everything for now, but make sure to wrap the Convex inside this Convex client provider. So simply we are going to create this file called convex client provider.jsx. So go to the app. Inside this we'll add this file, and then let's add a default template. After that you need to add this import statement and make sure to mark it as a use client because we want to keep this on the client side. Then you can just initialize this Convex, and then this next underscore public convex URL is already get added inside your .env.local file. So here we have this convex deployment and then the URL as well. So you don't need to add it manually. After that, you need to wrap your children inside this convex provider, something like this, and make sure to accept the children and then save it. Now go to the layout.js file, and here you can wrap this inside the convex provider, convex client provider. That's the name of our file, something like this, and inside that we'll render the children. Now if I go to our localhost 3000, you will not see any change, okay, but it will make sure our application is inside this convex provider. Okay, perfect. Now simply we are going to create a new table through the schema. Now anytime if I go to the documentation, here you can learn how to create the schema and everything. Okay, now if I go to the database, here you have option for schema and the example that how to create it. Okay, now let's go to the convex folder, and inside this convex folder we'll add a new file called schema.jsx. Make sure it's a JS only, okay, and then here we'll add export, and this is the schema. That's how you want, right? The default define schema, and inside that you can define the schema. So in this case, let's say you want to create the users, so we'll say users. Inside this you can say define table, and then you can define the column which you want to create inside this table, user column. So here we'll say name, and then we'll type convex.value of type string. Make sure to import this v from the convex/values. Then the email of type string. Then we'll also save the picture of the user. Okay, then if user makes some payment, right, so here we'll say subscription ID of type string, and I think that's all we needed for now. Okay, so these are the 4 columns we just created. Now you might have a question why we did not create a unique ID column, and that's the beauty of Convex. Convex don't need to add your own ID. Convex will automatically generate a unique ID for your each of the record, along with the time of the time column or creation time when the record get created. So you don't need to worry about that one. Now let's save this one. As soon as you save, you will see now your Convex function don't have any error, and again it's ready. Now if I go back to our Convex database, you will see a users table get added. Perfect, right? Now if I click on this add document, you will see all the field which you can able to add to this particular table. Now one more important thing, that initially the subscription ID will be null, right? So you can simply make this an optional field. So in order to make this optional, you can just add v.optional, and then you can just add it like this and then save it, and that's how you can make this particular field an optional field. Now if I click on add document, obviously you can add it, but It's up to you whether you want to add a value for the subscription ID or not. Let's implement the authentication for our app. As you know that once user come to our application, we need to verify that user is already authenticated or not. If user is not authenticated, then we'll redirect user to a sign in or sign up screen. Then once user sign up very first time, then we are going to save the user information to our database, as we already have the users table inside our Convex database. And after saving it, we are going to redirect user to a dashboard screen. And from the next time, obviously if user is already signed into our app, then user will directly access the dashboard. Obviously they have the session, so once the session is expired, then obviously you need to sign in again. And everything we are going to automate the things. And for that one, we are going to use a stack auth. So it helps us to manage everything by the stack auth, so we don't need to configure a lot of things on our end. Also, they also provide a predefined or pre-built UI that we are going to use. So simply create a new account if you don't have, and then sign in. Once you sign in, you have option to create a new project. Here give the project name, so I will say Canva clone 2.0. Then on the right hand side you will see the actual preview how it looks on the screen. Then you have option to enable a different sign in methods. So in this case, if you see, we have the Microsoft, Spotify and many other. You can do it from the dashboard. Currently I will just enable Google and the GitHub and simply create project. One more thing I forgot to inform, that this is free to use, so you don't need to worry about paying anything. Now copy this all the environment variable and make sure to select the Next.js and simply paste it inside the .env.local file, something like this, and then save it. Then click continue, and here you can see actual live users, if user is already on our site or not, and all the details. Anytime if you want to add a new authentication, you can go to this auth method and you can just add the new authentication as well. How easy it is, right? At the end of this particular video, I am going to tell you how can we put it in the production mode as well. Now next thing, let's go to the documentation in order to integrate. So simply I will click on the documentation. I will put the link in the description as well. So here I will select the setup and installation, and it's quite easy and quite quick. First thing, we'll install this tag frame. So copy this command. We'll go back to our application and simply inside the new terminal, I will execute it. The next thing, I think I've incorrectly, okay, that's correct. I think say yes over here, and then it will install the stack frame. So right now it giving me the access issue. So I just need to run with the sudo command. As if you are using Windows, you don't need to worry about that one. As I'm using Mac OS, sometimes it asks for the extra permission. So it is saying that we found the Next.js project, just do you want to install the stack auth? We'll say yes, and then it will start installing the stack auth inside our Next.js application. And boom, if you see, it's ready to use. Okay, now next thing, the third step, because as we already have this environment key added to our .env.local file, we need to create the handler page, and that is already created. So over here, if you see, we have this app folder inside that we already have the handler, so you don't need to add it manually. Once you run this stack installation step, this stack auth installation step, it automatically add it for us. Also the layout file also updated, so I will just go to this layout.js file, and over here you will see the stack provider that is also added directly to our layout, so you don't need to write anything. How cool, right? Now if I go to this sign up, localhost 3000 sign up, you will see the sign in or sign up screen with all the options for authenticate. Now if you are working in the development mode, it might be a slow sometimes, depends on the internet connection, but in production it's quite easy. You can watch my previous video with the same authentication service that we use, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sign up screen. Let's sign up with a Google. Once you select the account, it will redirect back to the localhost 3000, and then once I sign in successfully, if I go back to our Stack dashboard, let's go to the dashboard, you will see the new user information. So let me go back inside the Canva clone, go to the users, and boom, this is the latest user, means just we log in, and here you will see all the user information. Now interesting part about this Stack Auth, they also provide a predefined component. For example, if I go to the page.js file and import a component called user button, as it is importing from the stack frame.stack, make sure to import that user button and then save it. You will see the button getting display over here. If I click on this one, you will see an option with account setting and sign out as well. If I go to the account setting, that's where you will see all the account information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can do it, and that also you can modify it. But for now, I hope you understand everything. Now, the next and important part that we need to implement, that we need to save this user into our database. So as you know that we already have the users table inside our Convex database. So let's do that. So in order to save it, first thing, let's go to the Convex and we'll write a new function called users. Now all the user related action we are going to add inside this users.js file, which is inside the Convex. So over here we'll say export constant create new user, and here we'll say mutation because we are inserting the record. Inside the mutation we'll get the arguments. Now arguments will be with the name of the user, so we need to define the type, so v.string, then the email, then again v.string of type, and then the picture. Okay, so these are the arguments we are going to get it. Then mention the handler, and the arrow function. Now first thing we'll check if user already exists, okay, and if not, then we'll insert new user. Okay, now in order to check if user is already exist or not, we'll say constant users is equal to, we'll say user data is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, because we want to get the data, right? So here we need to provide a table name which is user. Now then we need to add a filter, right? Now this filter on the field, so here we'll say filter dot equal first, and then q dot fill on which field, which is the email, and then we'll compare that with our arguments dot email. Okay, now if you see here, we are checking if this field email and this argument are equal or not. If it is equal, then we'll say collect all the data. Okay, now once we have the record inside the user data, right, then if we'll check if user data dot length is greater than or is equal to 0, means user data is empty, it means this particular condition does not match and we don't have user with that email, then we will write a logic to insert the record. So simply over here we'll say constant result is equal to await, or maybe or let's add directly. So over here, so we'll say await ctx dot db dot insert, and then you need to provide a table name and the argument which you want to insert. So over here we'll say name, that we can get it from the arguments dot name. Then we want an email, again that we can get it from the arguments dot email, and the last picture, that also we can get it from the arguments dot picture. Now obviously these three fields we are going to add, and once we return the result which contain the ID of inserted record that you need to return back. Okay, otherwise we'll return the user data. Okay, so obviously which contain, or we will just want to get the first element of the user data because it will only return the one record every time, and that's how you need to write a function for or to create a new user. Okay, now going back to this app folder, let's create a new file called provider. So over here we'll say provider.jsx, which is the root provider. So over here I will just say provider. Through that one we'll render the children, something like this, and then save it. Now inside the layout.js, or maybe inside the Convex client provider, over here we'll wrap this inside this provider, something like this, and then save it. Okay, now go to the provider, and inside this provider we need to insert the user. Obviously first we need to check if user is already there or not. Now in order to get the user information, you can write constant. Here you need to write constant user is equal to use user, and that is this particular hook we are importing from the stack frame /tag, which will return the user information. Then we'll create a new method called constant create user and the arrow function. Now inside that obviously we need to call a mutation. So here we'll say create new user mutation is equal to use mutation. Now this use mutation hook we are importing from the Convex React, and then you need to pass the API endpoint, which is api.users.create new user. Okay, now once you have the mutation ready, over here we'll say constant result is equal to await create new user mutation, and inside that you need to pass the value, right? So that value I will just define over here. So we'll say name. That name we can get it from the user dot display name. Then email we can get it from the user dot primary email, and that everything we are getting from this use user. Okay, and then picture which is getting from user dot profile image. I'm going to pass. Either you can just restructure something like this. Okay, and once you have the data, you can pass it here. I will make this as async because we are using await, and then I will return inside the console with a result. Now this create new user we need to call inside the use effect whenever the user information is available. Okay, so that's the reason I'm passing the user inside this use effect array, and then we'll say if user is available, then only call create new user method and then save it. Okay, now one more thing that we can update quickly, go to this users convex, and this particular arguments we can save it inside one constant. Let's run this first, and if you want to make some update we can make it, but for now I think we are good. Now if I go back to our application, and obviously it's already run, right? And if I refresh it, you will see inside the user table the record get inserted as soon as we save this particular localhost run, and then it's saved to our database. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to save it. Now if I go back to our provider, here I'm going to, we already have the console result. Right now we have an error saying no suspense boundary error, and also we'll make this provider on the client side. And this error is came because we don't have the loading.tsx file. Okay, we can add that one, and another easiest option that you can do it by adding the suspense, and inside that we can add the fallback, and inside that you can just add a div tag, and here we'll say a loading, and make sure to close this and then save it. Now whenever we are loading, we will see the loading text as well. Okay, so instead of adding in provider, we can add in Convex client provider, okay, because at the top level we need to add that one. So make sure to import this suspense and then fallback and then save it. Okay, now if I refresh, you will see it's loading text. Obviously you can add the animation and more effect that I'm going to add it later on, but for now we are good. And if you see, everything is working as expected. Not only that, but if I go to the inspect panel inside the console, you will see an object with the email, picture and the ID of the user and when it get created. That is automatically generated by the Convex. So you don't need to add it this particular ID, and this ID we're gonna use it in other table as well when user inserting any records. Once we have this information, obviously we need to share across the application, and in order to do that we are going to use a context. So simply inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder called context, or you can call it as a hooks. Inside the context we'll create a user detail context.jsx. over here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure it is importing from the React and then save it. Once you have this user detail context, we need to wrap our complete application inside this context so that you can share the user information in any component. So simply I will go to this app, inside the provider.jsx file I will just add user detail context.provider, then we'll provide a default value as well, and make sure to wrap your children inside this provider. Now for the default value, obviously we'll define a state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Okay, and initially we'll say null. Over here this state and set state we are going to pass, and also when we get the result we'll set the user detail with a result. Okay, so that now user information can be accessible from any component. So make sure to add this context, because whenever we want to insert any record, this is very helpful. Oh, we don't have this 3011. This is the one which we are running our application on the port 3000 now, and perfect. So let me know if you have any question in the comment section. You can ask on Discord channel as well. Now it's time to design the workspace screen. Once user log in to our application, user will redirect it to the workspace. You can call it as a dashboard as well, where on the left hand side, similar to the Canva, we are going to add this menu option. At the top we have the create option. On the click of create, we are going to show a dialog to add a custom width and height for the canvas. Then on the home screen, this is how it will look like, where we have this image and it's saying projects. Then an option to create a different type of post or canvas, right? If user select the Insta post, then we have to pass the width and height for the canvas automatically, and same thing we need to do for all of them. Also user can have option to add the custom size canvas as well. After this we have this recent design section. So once user started creating a new canvas design, then that canvas design will appear on the screen. Then we have the project section, where we are going to show all the latest project created by user. In the template section, we are going to show all the pre-existing template which user can directly use it and then start editing that. And there are other options. Obviously we are going to modify that one. This is just a layout, okay? So actual implementation might be a different little bit, But for now, let's go back and let's create a new screen, our new route called Workspace. So inside the app folder, I'm going to add a new folder and I will say routes, and all the routes we are keeping inside this routes folder. Inside this, we'll create a workspace as a new route, and inside that we'll add a layout.jsx file, which is a dedicated layout for the workspace. So over here I will say workspace layout. Inside this we'll render the children, something like this, and then save it. Now inside the workspace again I'm going to add a page.jsx, which is the default page, and here we'll say workspace and save. Okay, don't be confused as this is a workspace. So now if I go to the localhost 3000/workspace, you will redirect it to this workspace page. See, something like this. Okay, now at the top if you see we have the header, and on the left hand side we want to show a logo. On the right hand side we have the user profile picture. So inside the public folder I already added this logo.png file, and for that for the logo we are going to use that particular image. So first thing, inside this workspace folder I'm going to create a new folder called components, and we'll just say underscore components. Now once we give it the name starting with underscore, then Next.js will not consider as route, and inside this we'll say header.jsx, or you can say workspace header. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now over here I will add a logo, so we'll add an image tag, then source, and simply you can directly access the logo.png file. Now make sure that logo.png inside this public folder. Then in alt we'll say logo, width you can mention like let's 100, height to 100. Then inside the class name you can mention a proper width. This particular width and height is used to optimize the image size, and this will be the actual width. Okay, now let's save this one and let's see how it looks on the screen. Right now obviously nothing is going to display because we need to import this workspace header inside our layout.jsx file. So simply you can add the workspace header component, and this is how it will look like. Obviously we need to change the height and width, so let's add, let's say full for now. So it's just expanding a lot, and here I will make as a 60. I think this is good. Okay, then for this div we'll add some padding to 4. Also I will change this height and width. Also we want to add a user button on the right hand side, so we'll add this user button component directly from the stack frame, and then we'll make this as a flex, make it justify between an item to be in the center. Okay, and then you will see user profile icon will display on the right and logo on the left. Now let's add some shadow. So over here we'll add a shadow small. Perfect. Okay, if you think the padding is a lot, we can make it 3. You can add padding X to let's say 5. Okay, something like this. I think this is much better, and this is how our header is now ready. Now let's implement the sidebar. Sidebar is a fixed one. Okay, so we'll create a new component under the component folder, and we'll say a sidebar.jsx. Add default template and then save it. Now to this sidebar, first I will add a class name, and I will give the height to the screen. Also I will make the width to be let's say 50 pixel for now, and then we'll add a shadow small and save it. Now once you add that, you need to import this sidebar. Now this sidebar will be the fix, right? So I will just add inside the layout, and I will add a div. Inside this we'll add this sidebar, and then over here I will add these children as well. Now you can just make this as a flex and gap to, let's say, 5 and save it. Now if I go to our application, you will see this sidebar and then workspace. Obviously sidebar width is too small, we can increase it, right? But let me remove this width for now, and we'll just say sidebar, and let's see how it looks. See, okay, so it's actually taking the size of the text. Okay, so you don't need to give it the actual size, but for now we'll keep as it is. And also, if you remember, we gave the gap. I will just remove that gap right now. I don't want to give any gap. Okay, and save it. Now for the sidebar, we want to show all of these options, correct? So first we'll save this option in one state. So I will go to the sidebar. I will create a new folder called services, and inside the services I will create a new file called options.jsx. Now inside the option we'll keep all the constant data inside the option.jsx so that it will be easy for us. So over here we say export constant workspace options, or we say workspace menu, and the arrow function. Over here I will say m, and then first let's say name as home, then we have the icon. Now this icon I'm going to add from the Lucid icon. Okay, from the Lucid React you can directly add that, something like this, or you can directly import over here something like this as well. You don't need to provide the pass the component. Okay, I will copy this. Also we forgot we need to add a path. So home is nothing but the default one, which is the workspace, and I will just copy this couple of few times. Now second option will be the projects. Over here we'll say workspace slash projects. For icon we'll find something like folder icon. Then we have the templates. So over here we'll say, I don't know the, let's add this layout dashboard icon as a template, and here we'll say templates. Last I will add a billing. Here we'll add a wallet icon. Something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now once your options are ready, make sure to export that one, and then inside your sidebar, so let's go to the components, and the sidebar we need to iterate that. Okay, so inside this div I will simply render this. So here we'll say workspace menu dot map. Here we'll say menu comma index and the arrow function. Then first I will add a div. Inside the div first we need to show the icon, so menu dot icon, and then we want to show the name. So here we'll say menu dot name, and then save it. Here I will add a key as an index, and then if I go back to our application, you will see these four options. Obviously we need to style it. So first over here we'll add a padding to, let's say, 2. Then for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to 1, and we'll make flex item to be in the center and save it. Okay, now obviously home we want just below to that icon, so here we'll make flex column. Then we'll also add gap to 4, and this is how it will look like. Okay, it's getting the structure. Obviously, instead of providing gap for over here, we'll just add margin bottom to, let's say, 4. Perfect. Okay, now if you see this one, this is how it look like. Okay, but the background is little lighter. Okay, purple color background. So for this div as well, I'm going to add a background purple and let's say 50 and save it. So this is how it look like. Also on hover, we want to change the style. So basically here we can add hover method. So on hover, we can change the background to purple or darker, and we'll also add a rounded corner, let's say Excel. Perfect. Okay, you can add more padding to this one. So instead of padding 1, we can add a padding to 2. Perfect. I think instead of 200, I will make just 100 only. Let make this text smaller, and when user select it, right, we want to change the color also. Whenever there is a hover, we also want to change the icon color. Also, instead of showing the background to this complete one, we also want to let's update this hover effect only to the icon. Okay, so we'll update to the icon, and for this one we'll add a padding to 2. Let's see how it looks. So once you save it, okay, so we'll just add margin to 1, and that's look weird. Let's keep it as it is. Okay, I don't want to make it complicated. I think this is much better. Only thing is that we need to change the cursor pointer. Okay, so here we'll say cursor pointer, and also when you hover it, we want to change the color of the icon and h2 tag. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to make this as a group. Okay, so once you make this as a group, so that whenever we hover on div, the hover effect will also applicable to the icon and h2 tag. So over here now you can say group hover, and then you can make the text of purple, and you can make it something like 950. Okay, so obviously it's not that much visible. Okay, so it's not that, okay, if you see it's changed, right? And same thing I'm going to add, I just updated to 800, but same thing I'm going to add it to this one. So over here we'll say group hover, and then text purple 800. Perfect. See, so that's how you need to update it, and obviously you can add more option to this one. Now next thing, if I go to our design, here you will see an option to create, right? So we can add it directly just above this one. Okay, so over here I will add a div, and then inside this I will add circle plus icon. Okay, and then save it. Now for this circle plus, I will add a background to purple, and we'll make the color white, or we'll make text to white, and save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously we need to make a rounded full, and height to, let's say, 8, width to 8. I think this is much better, little different, but I like that. Okay, and then we want to put it in the center, so we can give a class name with the padding to 2 and save it. I think we also need to make it center, so here we'll make it flex, and we'll say item to be in the center. I don't know whether we have the option. Okay, so over here also it's saying create, so inside the h2 we'll say create. And let's make it flex column and save. Okay, so now we have this create option as well. For this one I will add a class name, will make text smaller and text primary, not primary but purple, let's say 600, something like this. See, and again we need to make this hover effect, so on hover we'll make cursor pointer. Now on the click of this option, obviously we want to open the dialog that implementation will do afterwards, but for now make sure to implement like this. Over here we'll add a margin bottom to 7, so some space, and let's make it 5 only. Perfect. Also, when user select any of this option, we need to show it as a selected. That is how we are showing when we hover on this one. So for that one, let's go to the sidebar, and where we have this option, right? Now I'm going to hold, or not hold, but I'm going to get the this particular path, okay, and depends on the path we will just match it. So over here we'll say path is equal to use path name. Okay, now just I wanted to show you what result we are getting from this use path name hook. So if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, and I will just refresh this one, we might get error because we want to keep this on the client side. So if you see, we got an error. Whenever you use any React hook, we have to make sure that particular component is on the client side. Now in order to make this particular component on the client side, you just need to mark at the top as a use client, and then now you can able to use this React hook. Now if I go back and let me refresh the screen again, and then inside the console, if you see, this is what we got, right? So now once we have the path, right, over here I'm going to add a conditional styling. So in order to make this conditional, I will wrap inside this curly braces, and then simply I'm going to replace this code with this particular code, and inside here we'll add a condition inside the $sign. We'll say if menu.path is matches with the path, then we'll add an and condition, then we want a background purple 100, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, and if you see, currently it is showing as a active one. Perfect. Now obviously you also need to add same condition over here because this is the group hover, right? So I'm going to add here as well, and I will just copy and we'll paste it here. Perfect. Okay, now once you save it, you will see, you will see this one is an active one. So that's how you need to mark as an active, and depends on that one you need to give the style. Now let's implement the actual workspace part where we need to show this banner at the top and the option in order to create the specific size of canvas. Okay, then over here we have this recent size, recent design option as well. So let's go back, and I already added all the images, so obviously I'm going to share with you. And then inside this workspace components, I'm going to add option called intro options.jsx. Okay, let's add default template and then save it. Now at the top, as I told you, we need to show a banner, so simply I'm going to add an image, the source tag, and over here I'm going to use banner home.png file. So that file already inside this public folder called banner.home.png, and then alt tag will say a banner. Over here inside the width, for now let's add 1000, and the height let's add 300. Okay, then inside the class name we'll say width full, height to 300 pixel. Then for this div tag, or maybe inside the page.jsx, we'll add some padding. So over here we'll add padding to 10, and then we'll add this intro option as well, something like this. Okay, now over here as well, let's save everything, and if I go back to our application, you will see this banner, but obviously it's not look good, right? We want to give a width full. So basically over here, let's add more width. Okay, and then we have this width full as well. Instead of height 300, let's make it 200. Also I will make a rounded corner, so we'll make rounded 2xl. Oh, I think I made the width smaller or what? As this width is not applying because this page has the div, here we'll make width to be full. Also for this image we'll make object, we'll say cover. Okay, so it will not get stretched out. So now if I refresh this, I think now we are good. See, perfect, that's what we wanted. Now on the top of this one we want to show a text called workspace. So over here we'll add a text, we'll say workspace, then we'll add a class name, we'll make a text is of 2xl and save it. So this is how it will look, but we want on the top of this image. Also we'll make this 3xl. Now simply I'm going to make this as absolute. Okay, and then for this div I will add a class name as a relative. Now for this h2 tag I will also add a bottom to 10 and left to 10. Okay, and then save it, something like this. Let's make it bottom to 5 only. Perfect. And for this one I'm going to change the color to white, so it will be more visible to our eyes. Perfect. And this is our home page. Now below that we need to show all of these options. So inside the option.jsx file, so if I go to the service folder, we have this option.jsx. I already created one object list called canvas size option, which contain the name, okay, the width and height for this particular post, and the icon, which I already added inside this public folder. Obviously I'm going to share all of these services files, okay, with you, so that you can also use it, and each of these different types of option has the different width and height. That is very important. Now in order to use that one, simply we'll go back, and over here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll use this canvas size option dot map. Here we'll say an option comma index and the arrow function. Inside that I will add a div, and then inside this div we'll add an image tag in order to show that image. So over here, we already have this image tag, so we'll use source, and inside that we'll say option dot icon, right? In alt tag you can add option dot name, and then we'll give a width, let's say 100, height to 100, and then save it. Now if I go back over here, you will see all of these options getting rendered one by one, something like this. See, but obviously the size is too big, so we'll update that in a moment. So either you can directly update here, for example let's make it a 60 and 60. Then just below to that one we need to add an h2 tag with a name. So over here we'll say option dot name. Obviously for this one we'll add a text of smaller size, and then we want to bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll make it as a grid, and then grid column, or instead of grid let's make it flex, and then we'll give a gap to 3, and we'll make item to be in the center, something like this, right? Obviously the flyer is not the correct, so it has some issue. We'll fix that one. As if you see, this workspace text is mixing with this one, right? That's because we added this relative, and then inside this one we already added this s2 as an absolute. So simple way, I will wrap this in another div, right? And this particular list I am going to add outside of this div and then save it. Okay, also we'll make key as index, make sure to pass that one and then save it. And these are the options coming for the flyer, right? We need to update that one, or let me remove this flyer for now. So this need to be a circle actually, but yeah, that is how it will look like. Obviously we want all the item in the center of the screen, so for this one we'll add it flex column and then item to be in the center. Okay, if you see this, we also need to make sure the text is smaller, so we'll say extra smaller, and then we have the pretty much gap, but you can change this gap to, let's say, 6, and we want justify center, so everything will be in the center of the screen, something like this. Also you can give margin top to 2, so some space. Perfect. And now with this option user can directly go to the editor page. Okay, here we forgot one option, which is the custom size option that we will add later on, but for now these are the options that we are going to add. Now once you hover on this one, we will just scale it little bit. So for the image we'll add a class name, and on hover we'll just scale it to, let's say, 105, and then we'll say translate all for the smooth animation. Also over here we'll say cursor pointer and then save it. See, something like this. Beautiful, right? Also I will just make this text is of medium size, or let's make it not medium but font medium I want, so font medium, and we'll see a little bit change. Beautiful. Then over here we need to show a recent design option, correct? So for that one I will add a new file called recent design.jsx. Here we'll add a default template and then save it. Now this recent design component we need to add after the intro, so here we'll say recent design component. Inside the recent design, first we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Over here we'll add a text called recent designs, and then we'll, in the class name we'll say font bold text to Excel and then save it. Okay, so I will make this 3XL. Perfect. If you want you can give more margin, let's make it 7 and make it 2XL only. I think this is much better. Now over here if you don't have any design, then we're gonna show an empty option. So over here we'll say first constant design list comma set design list is equal to use state, but obviously initially it will be empty, right? So we can add a condition, if design list dot length is equal to 0, then, or we can add a question mark, then we want to show a div, otherwise we can show null for now. Now inside here we'll simply going to add an image, and I already have one image inside the public called edit tool, so that we are going to use. So we'll say edit tool.png. Here width I will give 100, height 200. Okay, so let's make this use client component. So I will mark this as a client, and this is how it will look like, right? But obviously this is the empty state option. After this we'll add a text. You, when we'll say you don't have any design created, create new one. Okay, and everything I want in the center of the screen. So we'll just make flex column, gap of 4, and then justify center. For this text I will make text in the center of the screen, and after this one we'll also add a button component. We'll say plus create new, and then save it. Oh, so we added this text which is from the React component, so this need to be an h2 tag. Okay, and this is how it look like. Obviously we want this image in the center of the screen, so let's make this item to be in the center. Perfect. Let's give margin tops to 5 and save it. Perfect, right? So what it will do, once user come very first time, he will see the screen and he has an option to create a new design, right? And on the click of this create new design, we're gonna give an option user to add the custom size, or we're gonna add the new option to create a custom size as well. But for now I think this is much better. If user want to create just an Instagram post, he just click on that Instagram post and automatically we gonna set the width and height of the canvas. Now when user want to generate any of this particular canvas for example or design for the Instagram post or story, YouTube post, or any of these, on the click of that we need to generate a design ID. Okay, and obviously we need to save this information to our database. So simply on the click we are going to save the canvas information like name of the design, width, height, and the user ID who created this particular design, right? And once we save this information, it will generate the unique record ID from the Convex, and then from that ID we are going to navigate to the design ID. Okay, also if user want to add a custom size, then we need to get the width and height of the canvas from the user. For that one we are going to show a dialog, and from the dialog we are going to add the input option for width and height, and then on the submit obviously user will save the information and then automatically redirect user to this design editor / design ID page. Now in order to save this information, right, we are going to create a design table. Inside that we already have this auto generate underscore ID, but we need a column for name, width, height, a JSON template, and the user ID. Now this JSON template is quite helpful when you want to we are designing the canvas, right? And when you want to save that particular design, you can save it in the form of JSON. Also there will be one more field here, we'll say image preview. Okay, so these two column will be the optional for now. Okay, now first thing first, let's create a new table inside the Convex database. So I will go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab and then simply go to the Convex, and inside the Convex, inside the schema, we'll add a new schema. So over here we'll say export default. Oh sorry, we already have this schema defined. So simply I'm going to add designs table, and here we'll say define table. Inside this we'll add the name of the design which user can update anytime, so is of type string. Then width of canvas, then the height of the canvas, After that, we also want to add a JSON template is of type any. Okay, so for now I'm just putting any. Then we also want an image preview is of type string, and then the user ID. So over here you can define the user ID with the v.id, and then you can connect to this user column. So it will automatically connect these two tables together. Okay, now these two column I want to make an optional, so simply we'll say optional something like this, and here as well we'll make an optional field. So initially when you are creating the file and saving very first time, you don't need to save these two column value and then save it. Now once you have this design table ready, we need to create a new file called designs.js, and inside that we will write a method to create a new record. So simply we'll say export constant create new design, as this is a mutation, so we'll say mutation. It will take an argument of name, so here we'll add a v dot of type string. Then let me copy this directly. We need a width, height and the user ID as well, because this is very first time we want to create, so we just need this parameter. Okay, then we'll define the handler ctx db arguments and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then give the table name which is designs, and then pass this value. So first name, which is we are getting from the arguments dot name, then the height arguments dot height, then width and the user ID. Okay, so this 4 column value we are going to pass, and once we have the result, we'll just simply return this result. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to the app, and inside that we have this workspace component. Right now inside this intro option, on the click of that one, we want to create that record. So simply over here we'll write a method called constant on here we can select on canvas option select, and then this method, obviously we need to call this on the click of it, so we'll say on click and pass this complete option. Obviously this option contain the name, width and height, right? Then make sure to accept this option over here. Now in order to insert a record, so we need to define a mutation, so we'll simply say constant create design record is equal to use mutation. Now here we'll define API dot designs dot create new design. After that, make sure to mark as a client. Once you define the mutation, simply you can use it. So we'll say constant result is equal to await, and then we'll say create design record. Inside that you need to pass an argument. So first the name, obviously the name we can get it from the option dot name. Later on user have option to change that one, that particular functionality we are going to add it. Then we want to add the height and width. Let's add a width first, so we'll say option dot width, then height option dot height. Now the question is, where can we get it from the user ID? If you remember at very start when we implement the authentication, we already have the user detail context, so we'll use that. Then we'll use context and then make sure to pass a user detail context. From the user detail you will get the user ID. So here we'll say user detail dot underscore id. Okay, and that's how you can pass the user id. Now once you have the result, okay, we'll just console this result, and then you can navigate it. So we'll navigate to editor screen. Obviously we don't have the editor screen, but we'll navigate once we have that. Here I will mark use, and we'll say use to create new design and save to DB. Perfect. Let's save this one and then let's test this out. Also, one more important thing, that once user click on any of this option, it will take some time to save the data, right, and return back. So in the meantime, you can show some kind of loader or some kind of notification that user will notify that the design is getting saved or inserting okay, to database. So for that one, I'm going to use a Shatsian toast. Okay, so they also have the component called sonar, which act like a toast notification. So simply first we'll install this, and once it is installed, you need to define this toaster inside the root layout. So I will go to the root layout, the layout file. Inside this root layout, we'll define this toaster, something like this. And then you can directly use the toast message. So basically over here, once user click on the canvas option, we can say toast loading. We'll say just loading, and then save it. Perfect. Now if I go back to our application, let's test this out. Now if I want to create an Instagram post, we'll click on this, and if you see, we got a message, but we also get some error. Okay, let's see what is the issue. So inside the console, if I go over here, you will see we have the value, but which is of type number, but we want of type string, right? So let's do one thing, as our application our schema we define as a string. So here you can define as a number for width and height. Okay, and then save it, because inside our if I go to this option, you will see we have this number, right? So that's the reason we have this error. Now let me refresh and try again. So if I click on the Instagram post, for example, okay, still we have an error, and it's not recognize the height. Actually the value does not match the validator. So obviously once you made the update in the schema, you also have to make sure inside your design function you will accept it as a number only. So make sure the height and width is of type number. Okay, now if I refresh it, I will make sure everything is good, and I will also open the inspect panel just to see if you get any error. And if I click Instagram post, and boom, if you see, we have the notification, as well as we also got the record ID, which is get inserted into our Convex database, and inside the design you will see the ID, which has the height, which has a width, name, user ID, and all of this detail. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can create the record. Now as I told you in the start, that we can just navigate it once we have the page available, right? We don't have right now, but once we have, then we can do that. Now after this, we also make sure that user have option to add a custom option. So over here we can add one more option where user can add a custom one, or even user click on create new or this create button, then also user can open a dialog and can add width and height. Okay, so let's implement that. So for that one, we can add a dialog. So here we'll say custom canvas dialog.jsx, add a default template, and then save it. Now inside the custom canvas dialog, we need to add a dialog component. So simply go to the Shatsian dialog component. Here make sure to import this component first. So inside the terminal, I will just add that, And once we have this dialog component, we need to import this import statement. Then just copy this example and then we'll paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously currently the dialog will open on the click of this open button, right, where this is the actual dialog trigger. But obviously we want to open the dialog on the click of this button or either this button as well, right? Or if you add the custom button, then from the custom button. So simply over here we'll add a children, then make sure to render this, and here don't forget to mark it as a child, right? Now I will just use this custom canvas dialog, and if I go to the recent design where we have this create new button, I will use this custom dialog, and then inside that I will pass the button as a children of this custom canvas dialog. Now if I save this one and click on this button, so it's refreshing actually, and if I click on this button, it will see, if you see, we got this dialog open. Perfect, right? Now let's go to this custom canvas dialog, and in that one now we want to implement the two inputs, right? So over here we'll say create custom canvas, right? Now inside here we need to add a div. Here make sure to pass as a child, and inside this div we'll add one more div, one for the label. Inside the label we'll say width. Over here we'll just say provide canvas width and height of type text of size small. Then we have the label, and then we want an input field. So for the input field I will again go to the shatcn, and from that I will install this input components. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here. Once it's get added, I will just use this input component. Okay, so over here we'll add a class name, margin top to 1, and placeholder we'll say for example 500. Okay, let's see how it looks. So if I click on create new, here we have width and height. Let's give margin top little bit. So for this div we'll add margin top to 5. Perfect, right? Same thing we're gonna add it for the height, or let's do one thing actually. I will again wrap this in a one div. Okay, and then I will create this div. I'm just checking whether how it looks, and here we'll say height. Okay, let's save this one and we'll mark this as a flex with a gap of 5. So it will be in one line. Okay, something like this. I think this is much better. You can mark this width as a full for the input, and same thing over here as well. Then you also need one input that we can show over here. So we'll say I will just wrap it in again another div. Because I want to show the label for the design name and the input field. You can give the placeholder as design name and save it. Let's see how it looks. So here we have option to add design name, here we have option to add width and height. Here we'll make width full. I don't know why it's showing width that much only, but that's fine. So actually for this div you can just update the width to full and not for this input. right? Because we wrap this both the component inside this div, and now it's look good. Perfect. Next we want a button. So outside of this div, okay, let's make after this one, we'll add a button and it will just say create. Now I will just wrap this button inside the div as well, and here we'll say class name flex justify in. So it will be on the right hand side, and also I will give margin top to 6. Perfect. Now once user enter the design name, width and height and click on the create button, it will just create it. Otherwise you can just also mark width to be full. Let's see how it look. I think this is much better. Okay. Now one more important thing, we don't want this color, the primary color, as black. So we'll change this color to something like a blue one. So in order to change this primary color, right, simply with the new Tailwind CSS version, now you need to go to the global CSS file which is inside this app where we have this global CSS, and for the primary, let's change this to, let's say, hash I will say 8B3DFF, which is kind of primary color, the purple color. Okay, actually somehow this hex color might not work with the latest version. So what you need to do, you can add this Oaklash format only. So I will just paste this format. I got it from the internet. Okay, and now if I go to our application, so if you see, this is the primary color will look like. Okay, and on the click we have this beautiful dialog. Same dialog we need to add it to this create button. So what you need to do, you just need to wrap that create button inside our dialog. So I will go to this sidebar where we have this button. Over here we'll add custom canvas dialog, just wrap it, and this div will be the child of this custom canvas dialog. That's all you need to do. And if I click on this button now, I think it's still refreshing. Let me refresh it once. And if I click on this create, boom, we have this dialog. Beautiful, right? Now on this dialog, once user enter the name, width and height, and on the click of create, we need to make sure we'll save that information. So let's go to the custom canvas dialog. Over here we'll accept these 3 fields. Either you can use the state, that is the easiest option. So here we'll say set name is equal to use state, right? Then I will just copy this for height and width. Here we'll say height, and then width we'll say set width. Okay, now this all the state we need to assign for each of the input, and here we'll add on change method. Now when user enter the value, it will emit this event with the event E, and then we'll set on we just need to set the name in this case. Now in order to get actual value, you need to get it from the event dot target dot value. Okay, I will just copy this and I will paste it for the width and for height. So here instead of name, now we'll say width, and then we'll say height. Okay, now obviously we are just getting the name, width and height, and then save it. After this we also need a user information, so that we can get it from the user context, and then on the click of create, so here we'll say on create, we'll use the mutation. Okay, so as you know that we already use that, so I will just copy the paste. So inside this recent design, not recent design, but inside this intro option, we added this, right? I will just copy and I will paste it here. Oh, so we don't need this. Let me paste it here, and I will just rename this method to on create. Now over here we have the name, we have the width and then we have the height as well. Okay, then from the user detail we'll get the ID. Now obviously you need to define this mutation from API dot designs dot create new designs, and once you have mutation you can use everything as it is. Now on the click of this on create, you need to add on click event and just call this on create method. Also we are going to maintain a loading state, and we'll set initially false, but once user click on this on create, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it finish we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, we'll disable this button. So over here we'll say if not loading, then disable this button. Okay, and also when the loading is true, so over here we'll add condition. If loading is true, then we'll show a loader icon with class name as animate spin, so it will animate like a loading effect. Otherwise we will show this create button. Okay, as simple as that. So over here we need to add a create something like this. Perfect, and then save it. You can even disable the button when the input field are not enabled, or you can do one thing here, you can add a condition. If user did not input or enter all the details, then also you can disable this button. So over here I will just add a condition and or we'll say or if the name is not there, or if width is not there, or height is not there, then also disable this button. Okay, now let's take this out. If I go to create new, if you see the button is disabled until and unless you enter all the value. Okay, so I think still we have an issue because it's supposed to enable the button, right? Okay, so over here I think we need a loading to be true. Okay, because only when the loading is true we want to disable it. So let's test this out again, and then we have the value. Okay, so maybe the issue with the height and width, so we have the height. Okay, over here, okay, this need to be an optional height. I think now we are good. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. Also make sure for width and height you will only accept the numbers. So here I will add a type as number. So this input field now will accept only the numbers. And if you see, if I try to type any character, it will not accept, only it will allow the numbers. Next thing, on the click of this create, we want to create the canvas. That logic is already there. Now let's take this out. So what I will do, I will create a new, I will say poster. I want a width, let's say 700, and a height to 1200. And on the click of create, we have an issue. Let's see what is the issue. Okay, so toast is not defined, so that's because we copy pasted, right? We forgot to import this toast, and here again I will say poster 500, 900, and then click create. Okay, so again we have an issue that value does not match the validator. So obviously once we get the input width and height, it is on the form of string, I think. So we need to convert this into a number. So make sure you pass it, you'll just convert this over here, because when you save in a state, it is saving as a string. So that's the reason. Now if I go to the create, we'll say poster 600, 1000 and click create. Boom. If you see, we have the loading, and inside the inspect panel you will see the ID of the inserted record, right? I inserted 2 times, so it's showing 2 times with the height and everything, and you can check in the database as well. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can add a custom dialog so that user can accept the inputs. Now it's time to implement the design or editor for our application. If you see this mockup, once you create or select any of these canvas type, it will jump onto this blank canvas or editor, where you will see options like template, text, element, AI, background, setting, and then on the click of that you will see a more setting into that particular sidebar setting option. Okay, and on the right hand side, depends on the selected size, you will see the canvas. Obviously this is just a layout, okay, this is not an actual design, but this is how we want to implement, which is similar to the Canva. So let's go back and we'll create the new route. Now if you see, the route name will be /design, and then the number, which is nothing but the canvas ID or record ID, which we are already saving inside our database. Now this can be anything, right? So we need to create a dynamic route. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab, and then simply inside these routes I will create a new folder called design. Now inside the design folder we can simply create a page, we want to create a dynamic route, so we need to give the name with a square bracket, and then you can say the design ID, okay, something like this. And this need to be actually folder, okay, so make sure it's a folder, and then inside that you can create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and then here we'll rename the design editor and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if I go to the design /123, okay, and click enter, you will see it will navigate to this design page. Right now it's loading, and then it will show the text called design editor. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to create a dynamic route. Now you can give any number, it doesn't matter, okay, and then it will navigate to same page. Now whatever the ID which we are passing, we calling as a design ID, we need to fetch that, so that depends on that ID we need to fetch the record from the database. So in order to get that, you just need to add design ID. So whatever the name you gave to this folder name is equal to use params, okay, so that's how you need to get it, and then here you need to add a design ID. As we are using the hook, so over here you need to mark this as a use client. Just for the demo purpose I am just showing this, okay, but if I go to the console, you will see that particular ID, right? So whatever the ID we are passing, it's getting print out inside the console. So that's how you need to get the design ID, okay, perfect. Now next thing, make sure if I go to our workspace, that's where we are creating, right, and on the click of that one we want to navigate it, because now we have the ID, we have the route. So let's implement that. So simply I will go to the workspace, inside the components, when we create the canvas, right, here we need to navigate it. Now in order to programmatically navigate, you need to add a router. So over here we'll say router is equal to use router. Make sure to import it from the next/navigation, and then over here we'll simply say router dot push, and then we'll say /design/ the ID, the record ID, which is nothing but the result, okay. Now here you can call it as anything, ID, whatever, and save it. Same thing you need to implement inside this intro option, because that's where also we need to navigate it. So I will just paste it, but make sure to import this router as well. So this is the router provided by the Next.js, and save it. Now after this, let's start implementing the design. So if I go to the design, we need to implement this one. Now first thing, we need to add an header, okay? And if you check the Canva actual application, the header is have a gradient colors, okay? So similar way that we are going to implement, but before that, inside this design folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we can call it as a underscore components. Inside that, we'll create the design header.jsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now this design header will add inside the page.jsx file. So over here we'll say design header and then save it. Now let's go to the design header, and over here we'll give padding to, let's say 3, okay. Now on the left hand side, you can simply show the logo, okay, or here for now I will just say Canva 2.0 as a text, okay. Then on the right hand side, I want to show a user profile icon, so we'll say user button. Now in the middle, right, we want to have an option to edit the design or document or Canva name, okay. So over here actually we need to add an input field, so I will use the simple HTML input field, okay, and inside the placeholder you can give the design name, you can say the design name and then save it. Now let's make it flex, let's make it justify between. I will also okay, let's make this one only for now and save it. Now if I go back, you will see the Canva option to enter the name of the design and this user profile icon as well. Now in order to add a background gradient, so here we say background, so I don't know, okay, so bg gradient, obviously we need to say bg gradient, and we need to tell from the direction of that gradient, right? So we'll say gradient to right, okay. Then you need to provide a color, and then you need to provide from color, okay. So here we say from, I will say sky, let's say 500, okay. Via nothing but the middle color, okay, that also you can mention. So I will say via, I want a blue color, so we'll say blue, and then we'll say to the last color, okay, I will say purple, and then save it. Now if I go back, and then once the changes are made, you will see the background, and boom, how beautiful it's looking, right? So that's how you can make the change. Now obviously you can change update this text color as well for the input. Obviously we want now white color, so I will just say a white. Also I don't want a border none, then outline none, okay, and then save it. And if I go back, this is how it looks. See, now we don't have outline, you have option to add this. Then over here we have the logo, obviously you can update with your own logo. So over here, instead of this h2 tag, we can just say image source, and you can add slash logo dot png. You can add a width, let's say 100, and height, let's say 16. Right now is that not that much visible, but you can update with the white logo as well. So I added the white logo, so I will just replace this with the logo white, and then if I go back over here, it will change with this white. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to add the header. Now depends on the ID which we have inside the database, right? So for example, let's consider this design. Okay, I will just copy that and I will open this design. Right now, depends on this particular design ID, we need to fetch the record from the database, and then we already have the design name. That design name we are going to show over here, okay, inside our input field. Obviously user have option to update it anytime. So let's do that first. So I will go back, and inside this page.jsx we can fetch the data. So over here we'll say constant get design record, and over here we need to pass the design ID, but before that we need to write a convex function in order to get the data. So inside the convex, go to the designs, and here we're gonna write that. So we'll say export constant get design, and this will be the query. So we'll say query, and it will take an argument as id only, and id is nothing but v.id of type design. Okay, so it's designs with a s. Then we have the handler async argument, ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now inside the result we will say await ctx dot db dot get. Now we are using get because we already have the id, we are just fetching from that particular id. Then you need to pass arguments dot id, and automatically Convex will understand from which table you are fetching the data. Okay, and that's all you need to do. And once you have the result, just return that and then save it. Now once you have this, let's go over here, and then we'll say constant get design query is equal to use query. Now make sure to use this use query, okay, and make sure to import that one as well. And over here you need to pass an API dot designs dot the newly created function called get design, and then we also need to pass an argument, and in this case we need to pass an id which is nothing but the design id, and then copy this get design query. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await get design query. Okay, so actually we don't need any of this because inside this get design query itself it will return the data. Okay, let me print this out and let me verify. Okay, so what we'll do, once we call this one, it will save the information inside this get design query, and then we just console it. Let's save it, and if I go to the inspect panel, let's go to the console, and here, okay, I think it's refreshing, and we have this get design query. See, inside this get design query you will see we have the height, name of the design, UID in width. Pretty good, right? So I will just rename this as a design info. We'll say design info. Okay, perfect. So this is the basic information, and I think we don't need this method now, and I will just remove this one as well. Perfect. Now once we have this design info, just pass it to the design header. So like this, and inside the design header I will accept this design info. For the input I will pass a value, and the value is nothing but the design info dot name. Okay, make sure to add this optional operator and then save it. Now what it will do, whenever you load or any user load this particular page, it will open. We have an error called design header changing undefined value. It should not happen. Okay, anyway, it's refresh. After refresh, now it's working. See, and then you have this poster. Obviously you cannot able to edit it, that's because we did not added any on change method to this one. That we will add later on. But for now, I hope you understand how we fetch it and display this design name over here. Now it's time to show this navigation a sidebar where user have different options. Okay, so first we need to add that one. So simply I will go to our services folder, and inside that we have this option.jsx file. Over here we'll say export constant sidebar options, or we'll say sidebar menu, something like this. Inside this we'll say name, the first, let's say templates. Then we need to provide the icon. So over here obviously you can go to the Lucid, you can search the icon which you want. I will say layout panel. So we have a lot of different options. I will select this one. Okay, and save it. Now for now obviously we need to add more fill into that one, but for now I will just add this much fill and I will paste it few more times. Over here we'll say elements. For the elements, I will add the shapes icon. Then we want images. Over here we'll say image from the Lucid React. After this I will also add text. Over here we'll add a text one. I don't know what, let me find the best icon for the text. So we have a lot of icon. I will use this one, the type outline. So I will just add this type one. Then we want AI, which is the very important feature that we're gonna learn it. Okay, so over here we'll add a sparkle icon. And the last but not least, the settings. Okay, and then save it. Now these are some options we just added. Now this option we need to show it. Okay, so simply inside this component folder we'll create a new file called sidebar.jsx and then add a default template and then save it. Now this sidebar I'm going to add inside the page.jsx. So over here I will add a div and then I will add a sidebar component and then save it. Now let's go to the sidebar and simply iterate these sidebar options. So over here we'll say sidebar menu dot map. Here we'll say menu comma index and the arrow function. Over here I will add a div. Inside the div, first thing we'll need to add menu dot icon. Okay, and then save it. Now just make sure that on the screen you are able to. Now here if you see we have this icon, okay, printing on the screen. Along with that one we also need a name. So simply I'm going to add an h2 tag with menu dot name. For this one I will add a class name margin top to, let's say, 1 and then save it. Now make sure that is also getting displayed. Now let's give some padding. So for this div first I will add a padding to 2 and then for this div as well we'll add a padding to 2. Okay, also we'll give margin bottom to 2 and we'll make flex column item to be in the center of the screen. Perfect, something like this, right? Instead of this flex, okay, let's make this item to be in the center only. And I will just undo this one, but we have to make sure we need to give some specific width. So let's say 120 pixel. Okay, and if you see, this is how it will look like. Beautiful, right? Now on hover, obviously we want to add some background effect. So over here, let me bring this down and we'll simply add on hover, we'll show a background secondary and then save it. Now on hover, this is how it will look like. Then we'll make a cursor pointer, and if you want you can make the shadow small. Okay, so not here, actually we want this shadow to this main div. Okay, or you can add a border right as well. Then you can make height to the screen. Okay, so it will display the complete full width, full height to that particular screen. Perfect. I will also give some margin margin bottom, more margin bottom to 3. Over here we'll say margin or padding top to 2, just some space. Okay, something like this. Now next thing, once user click on any of this option, we need to make sure it is showing it as a selected one. So basically we need to say constant selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state, and on the click of this one we just going to set the selected option as an index for now, or you can just add a menu dot name as well. Okay, now in order to add this dynamic styling, you can just wrap this in a curly braces with this tag, and I will remove this single quote, and then we'll add $sign to add a condition. So we'll say menu dot name is matches with the selected option. Then simply I'm going to add a background secondary. And okay, so we have an error, it's saying too many renders. Okay, and it is going to the infinite loops. That's because on the click right here we need to call like this, and boom. Right now if I select this element, if you see, it's showing as a selected. If I select text, it's showing me as a selected one. We have one error, so this is about the input. Okay, so for now we will just ignore that one because we did not add this on input change method, but for now we are good. Now make sure on the select you will see this structure like this, and you have this background and it will show as a selected one. Now once you select any of these, we want to show the setting sidebar over here. Okay, now obviously as soon as I select, it will open it. So simply what we can do, we can create a new component inside this component folder, and I will say sidebar settings.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this sidebar setting only visible when there is an selection of the sidebar option. Okay, if you did not select, then we don't want to show that. Now once you add this selected the sidebar setting, go to the sidebar, and then I will wrap this in another div actually, and then inside this we'll add this sidebar setting. Okay, and then save this. Now over here we need to pass the selected option, and inside the sidebar setting I will go to this selected option over here. Now simply for now I will just print this selected option dot name. So basically actually instead of just saving the name, I will select this, I will save this complete menu, and just over here we need to update, and we will compare with this selected option dot name, because I want all these fields from the selected option, and that need to be inside this sidebar setting, and then from the name we can just show it and then save it. Okay, now for this div we'll add a class name, and we'll make a width of 280 pixel. Then we'll also add some padding to that one. We'll make height to the screen, and then we'll add a border right, and then save it. Now if I go back, if I select the element for example, okay, so I think it's still refreshing. Now once you add that one, it's not visible over here because it's coming to this down, see. Okay, that's because it is in the flex column mode. So simply for this particular div inside the sidebar, you need to change this to class name, and here we'll make it as a flex, and then save it. Now boom, If I select elements, you will see the text is changed to elements, AI, setting and other. Okay. Now, as I told you in the beginning, inside the option, we might need to add some more field. Now, along with the name, I'm going to add the description, and here you can mention the description as well. For example, here we'll say select pre-built template. Okay, something like this. For this one, I will add description as select shapes and stickers, and so on, so that you can also show the description inside the sidebar settings. Okay, now same way you can add it for the remaining one. So I added the description for the remaining one. Now simply what I will do, I will go to the sidebar setting, and over here obviously this need to be in the h2 tag. Okay, over here we'll say class name font bold, and then I will also add a one p tag to show the selected option dot description, and then save it. Over here we'll just say class name text smaller, and then we'll change the gray color to something like 500 and save it. Now if I go back, if I select the element, you will see the title along with the description. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to add the sidebar and their respective sidebar settings. Obviously currently it's only show the text, but we actually need to add the different component for each of these settings. Now it's time to add the canvas for our application where user can actually design depends on his requirements. So for that one, we are going to use a Fabric.js library. Just search on Google and you will jump onto this fabric.js.com. Obviously the Fabric.js site is not look so good, but this particular library is quite powerful. If you go to the documentation, you will find everything which you need it. Okay, but as we want to install using the npm, just type npm iFabric or npm fabric, then you will find this particular library. Just copy this npm iFabric command and go to your project. Inside here, inside the terminal, I will just paste it, so that it will install this Fabric library for us. Then after this, let me close all of this tab, and under the design underscore components, I am going to create a new file, and we can call it as a canvas editor.jsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now make sure to add this component inside our page.jsx. So we can add it over here. So we say canvas editor. Now if I go back to our application and let me refresh this once, you will see our canvas editor showing at the bottom, right? So to fix this, you need to mark this as a flex, and then it will come in one line. Okay, and here we have this canvas editor ready. Now let's go to the canvas editor, and first thing that we need to do is to define the editor first. So over here we'll say constant, and we'll define the reference. So we'll say canvas reference is equal to use reference. Now use reference is a React hook, okay, so that you can actually refer the HTML element. Inside then we'll say constant canvas comma set canvas is equal to use state, and we'll define null initially. Now inside this div we'll attach this reference. So simply what we can do, inside this we'll add a canvas tag, and inside that we'll define id with a we can name it as a canvas only, but make sure to attach the reference that we just created, okay, like this, and then save it. Next thing, inside the use effect, whenever this component get load, we need to initialize that canvas. So we'll pass an empty array so that we can execute this use effect only once, and here we'll say if canvas reference dot current. It means if this is attached, this reference is attached to this canvas, then we can simply say initialize canvas is equal to new canvas. Now this canvas I am importing from the Fabric. Okay, now make sure at the time of this particular recording you don't need to use this /star. Okay, so I will remove that one, and then inside this canvas you need to attach the canvas reference with the current, and then you need to provide the width. Now for now I am providing some default width, hard coded width and height, something like this. Okay, and also the background color. So by default I am going to add a white background color, so I am providing the white hex code. Okay, after initializing this canvas you need to define init canvas dot render all. Now once we define this canvas, this Fabric has the method called render all. Okay, and then we'll also set the canvas with this init canvas. Okay, perfect. Now at the last, inside this we'll return, or we'll just dispose this canvas once user move to the different component. Okay, so over here we'll say init canvas dot dispose. Okay, because we have to make sure the canvas is no longer valid, otherwise your site will get slowed down. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. So right now obviously it's not visible the color which we gave, right? So let me try to give a black color just for a testing purpose, and we'll refresh this, and boom, if you see we have this canvas ready. Obviously this canvas has a width 500, height 800. I will do 800 and 300, and refresh. Now it will show something like this. See, so it means our canvas is now initialized. And obviously I just want to make this a white, so I will keep the white over here. Let's try to give the background as a secondary, and then save it, and let's see how it looks. So if you see the background is now changed, and also we'll change this width to full and height to screen. Okay, and if I refresh, obviously whenever you made a change in the canvas, make sure to reload, so you will see this canvas which is in the white color. Perfect. Now we need to put it in the center of the screen, so I will say item to be in the center and justify in the center. Also we'll mark the, we already have the width full. I think that's all we need, and I will just make sure to put it as a column, and here we have our canvas ready. I will just change this height and width, so let's make it 500, let's make it 400. Perfect. It's very small actually. And this is our default canvas is now ready, right? So that's how easily you can initialize the canvas. Now once you go to this Fabric.js documentation, you will find a bunch of different methods to add shapes, image, and lot of other things, and that's what we are going to look in this particular course, so that you can implement all the functionality of the Canva into this particular application. Now let's consider that I gave the width 1280 and height 720, and if I go to this and refresh the screen, now you will see our canvas is occupying the complete screen, right? And you have to scroll it. That's quite weird, right? We want to make sure that canvas will be inside this screen only, or inside this section only, without losing any resolution, and we want the high resolution only. So the question is how to fix this one. So simple, we can divide this by 2. Okay, now you might ask or might have a question, it's actually we are dividing this, right? Means resolution will change, right? But if I go to this one, and now if you check, now this is look good to me, correct? But now it's time to change the resolution. Okay, on the screen you will see the small resolution, but when you download this canvas you will see the perfect high resolution, and for that one we need to add here. So simply we are going to set high resolution canvas. Okay, So for that one, we'll add a scale factor, and that scale factor depend on the window dot device pixel ratio. Okay, otherwise if it's not there, then it will pass as a 1. And then we have this init canvas dot set width, then we'll say width into, we don't have the width, so for now let's pass 1280 for now. Okay, and then we'll say into scale factor. Actually, in order to set a width, right, so we have to set like this. Inside this we need to add a width with 1280 into scale factor. Okay, same thing we have to do for the height, 720 into scale factor. And then we also need to set the zoom level. So for the zoom level, we'll say just a zoom, I think, and for that one we'll say 1 by scale factor, and then save it, and everything will be as it is. In fact, we only updated the behind resolution, and if I refresh this, you will see nothing changed. But let me show you the resolution. Now if I go and hover on this one, you will see the resolution is now 120 to 1280 to height 720. It means we did not lose the resolution, but in order to just display it, we change the resolution by half. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. This is very important, guys. And here I will just mark this down. Used to initialize the canvas with default width and height. Okay, and save it. Now most important thing, depends on our design record, right, because that's what we selected. We need to set width and height that we are getting from the database, correct? So I will go to this page.jsx and I will pass this design information as it is. Okay, now inside the canvas editor we'll get the design info, and from the design info I'm going to get the width and I'm getting the height as well. Okay, so obviously this is the default one, and same thing I'm going to pass over here. Now obviously in this case I think our width and height is 800 by 500, and if I refresh this one, so nothing has happened actually. Okay, so we'll see what is the issue. So I don't see any issue over here, but we just need to make sure we are getting this design information. So inside the console I will just print this design info. It might be coming as a null. Okay, so if I refresh the screen, you will see the design info is coming as a undefined initially, right? So we have to make sure we have to execute this whenever the design info is available, something like this. Okay, so we make sure we are executing this use effect whenever the design info is available, and boom, here is the result. If you think this divided by 2 is too small, you can just update this to, let's say, 1.5. okay, and then if I refresh, then it will give little big size, perfect, so that you can easily play around it. Now let's test everything all together. So for example, let me go to the workspace. So we'll go to the workspace and then we'll create completely new design. Now on this one, let's say you want to build a YouTube thumbnail, right? Or you can create the Instagram post. So we'll click on the Instagram post and then boom, it jumped to this particular page where you will see an canvas, right? But as I told you, that depends on your requirement. You can just change this. I will just make 1.2 and then it will just change the height so that you can easily do the edit on this canvas. Now let's start implementing the settings for the canvas. And first and easiest setting that we are going to add is the background color. Now currently for the canvas, the default color is a white color, and that's what we added, right? But what if user want to change the color to red, green, or whatever the color user want to choose, he can apply it to the canvas. And for that one, we are going to implement a background color picker option. And for that, we are going to use the React Color NPM library. It's very easy to integrate. And if you see, I will put the link in the description as well, that you can just search React Color and you will jump on this particular page where you will find how to use it. Okay. Simply copy this npm command, go to your project, and inside the terminal, I will just install this. Once it is installed, then you can use that one. Okay. Now, this is very important that setting, whatever the setting we are going to show, right? We need to make sure we will keep that each setting as a different component so that we can reuse it. Okay. So for that, I will go to this app, and inside the service folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components. Okay. Now these are the shareable components, and inside these components and inside the service again, we'll again create a new folder, and here we can call it as a shareable. Okay. Now inside the shareable, we'll keep this color picker. So simply I'm going to, let me rename this name to with a capital C. Perfect. For this, inside this shareable, I will say color picker. Okay, editor.jsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now in order to implement it, right, you will see a different use case. Now we want the color picker something like this one, and then we also give this option called circle. Okay, so in order to add it, simply I will add a Chrome picker. Okay, now to this Chrome picker, we need to provide a color value. So obviously we need to get that value, the default, whatever the default value is there, right? And then on change of this color, it will emit the event, and here we'll say on color change. Okay, now this on color change, from that one will return the hex value, and if you want to give the class name, you can provide the class name as well. So over here, let's keep it as it is for now, and then we also want a circle picker, circle picker, and same thing, we need to provide all of this value. Okay, you don't need to provide class name, that's also fine. And for this div, we'll give a space y, so space between these two, we'll say 4, and then save it. Now this color picker editor we want to add to the background components. So basically for each of these setting, we are going to create a new components and we'll attach to that particular setting. So let me show you how. So simply inside the component, we'll add a new file, we'll say background setting.jsx, and we'll add a default template and then save it. Now inside this background setting, simply I'm going to add the color picker editor. Okay, now the interesting thing about this color picker editor, that we can reuse as many as time in different components. Okay, now also make sure you will return this on value change. So over here you will get two important values, and inside here we'll define background color comma set background color is equal to use state. Initially it will be white. Okay, and here we'll simply get the value, and then we'll set the background color. Oh sorry, I think my bad, here we need to call on change, it will return the value, and then we'll set the background color with that value, and we also want to pass default value, so default value nothing but the background color. Okay, and then save it. Now this particular component we need to attach to our background. So this is our background, right? Here I'm going to say a component as a field, and to that one I'm going to attach the background setting component. As simple as that. Okay, now obviously in order to display the background setting over here, go to the sidebar setting. Now inside the sidebar setting, if you see, we are already fetching this h2 and p, but along with that one we also want to get the selected option dot component and save it. Make sure you will add an optional field and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see the magic. See, on the background now you will see this setting. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to add it. Obviously you can wrap this inside a div so that you can add a styling. So simply I'm going to add a class name margin top to 7, so some space. Perfect. Now I don't want the shadow for this particular color editor, or sorry, the picker, so you can just remove that one. But in order to remove it, right, you need to actually go to this CSS of this particular color picker. So if I go to this, and if you see the color picker, so this is the style, so this is the Chrome picker, right? See, this is the class name, right? So we need to update this class name, so that you can do it from the global CSS. Just go to the global CSS. I will just mention it over here. So we'll say dot Chrome picker, and then we can mark the width as a auto, right? Also make it important, so it will apply it. We don't want a box shadow, so we'll remove the box shadow. We'll say none. Then you can also change the border radius, so you can mention whatever you want, and make sure to mark it as important, and overflow will say hidden. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, and boom, if you see, now we don't have that shadow anymore, and that's look matching to our application. Also quick thing, if I go to the color picker, so if I go to the color picker editor, inside the class name I will add a border radius, and we'll make a rounded 2XL. Okay, and let's give margin bottom to 5, so some space between these two, and then you will see the change. But for now I think this is look good to me. Now if I change any color, you will see it also updating over here, because both are related and we are using the same value at both the places. That's why it's affecting for both the components. Now the most interesting part is how to apply that to our canvas, right? So for that one we need to make sure this canvas, once we initialize it, we'll share it across the different components. That is very important, so that we can update this canvas from any different components, and it's very easy to do it. Okay, let me close this alt tab, and first thing we'll define a context. So inside the context I will create a new file, and we'll call it as a canvas editor.jsx, or we'll say canvas context. That will be good actually. Okay, and we'll define that. So here we'll say export constant canvas context is equal to create context, and then save it. Now inside go to the design, and inside the page.jsx you can wrap that. So over here I will simply use this canvas context dot provider, and will provide the default value as well. Okay, and make sure to wrap your page.jsx inside this convex context provider. Now for the default value I will define a canvas editor comma set canvas editor is equal to use state. Okay, something like this, and then simply pass this canvas editor to that. Okay, as simple as that. Now I will create a hook so that we can easily use it. Okay, so after this one you can just add export constant use canvas hook is equal to, and the arrow function over here will say constant context is equal to use context, and then we'll say canvas context. Okay, this is the easiest way to define it, so that we don't need to write this every time. And here we'll say context. If it's not there, it will throw an error, and we'll say just error, otherwise it will return the context. Perfect. Now whenever you want to use, you can just use this use convex hook. Okay, now whenever you are initializing the canvas, right, so let's go to the components where we have this canvas editor, and here we are initializing, right? So first we need to get that. So here we'll say constant canvas editor. So this one, right? So just make sure to use that same name. Set canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook. Now this is our own hook. Okay, now once you initialize the canvas, you need to set it. So over here we'll set the canvas editor with this init canvas. Now once you set it, now you can use it in any different component. Now in this case, let's go to the background settings, and over here I will define one method called constant on color change, and this method we're gonna call whenever there is change in the color. Okay, so instead of set background color, or we can obviously do that one, but let me call this on color change with the value v, and here we'll change the background color to v, and I will use the canvas editor. Okay, I think that's all we need. It is equal to use canvas hook. Okay, as simple that. Now through this canvas editor, you need to set the background of the canvas. So over here we say canvas editor dot set, and then inside that you need to change the background color. So background color with the color. So over here it will be good if I put just a color, something like this. Okay, and it also have field called background image. Make sure to change this null. Okay, if you are setting the background image, then make sure it's null, and then save it. And once you set it, you have to just say render all. So we have to render this editor with a new changes. So we'll say canvas editor dot render all. Now this method which we are getting from the Fabric.js only. Okay, so here we'll just write use to change the canvas color. Okay, and then save it, as simple as it is. Let's go back, and if I go to the background, if I change the div any color, boom, if you say the color is changing, whatever the color we update, it will change immediately. Pretty cool, right? So that's how, guys, you need to add a solid color to your background. Perfect. Now this is the easiest way that we did it, and you will not find any tutorial like this, and this is the easiest way that I explain you. Okay, same thing now we are going to implement, and we learn how to add images. Okay, so that we'll see in the next chapter. Now it's time to add an image to our canvas. Now there are two options that user can add the image. One, user can add his own custom image. Okay, and obviously we are going to create a new component which can use to upload the image, or other is the internet image, and for that one we are going to use unsplash API. Okay, which is completely free. Now in order to add a custom image, we need a cloud storage to store it, and that's why we are going to use an ImageKit. ImageKit is one of the best image service provider which help us to deliver the media. We can optimize the image, and which is the perfect alternative for the Firebase storage and the Cloudinary. Not only that, but ImageKit also provide you an AI transformation which help us to transfer your image. Then you can also even generative, you can add the generative fill, you can remove the background, you can change the background, and there are many more features that you can find it with this ImageKit, and which is free to use. And in this particular course we are going to use ImageKit as our cloud storage for the images, because whatever the image we want to use it, we can easily transform it just by providing the URL. If you see this example, right, this is how easily we can do it, and that's why we are going to use this ImageKit. Now simply, if you don't have an account, create a new account and just log in. Once you log in, you will see the dashboard where you can see the all the usage, how many image you upload, the bandwidth you use, and all the details. Okay, then you can see the cache, because ImageKit use the cache feature, that's why your image get load much faster and it save a lot of ton of bandwidth for you. Also in the media library you will see all the uploaded image, you can create the collection. Also you can connect it to the external storage. Pretty cool, right? You can connect to the Amazon AWS S3 bucket, Google Cloud Storage, and many other options. Now simply in our case, go to the developer option, and that's where you will find the public key, private key, and the URL endpoint, which is important in order to integrate into our React Next.js application. Now simply search on Google npm ImageKit. Okay, now we are going to initialize using this npm ImageKit npm command. Okay, or you can simply go to the documentation. I will keep the link in the description. Make sure to join with it so that you will get extra perks. Once you are on the documentation, you can select the specific framework. Okay, and then you will find all the details, how to upload the image, how to make the blur image, responsive image, and all of these details. Okay, but easiest way, I will use this npm ImageKit command. Then I will close all of this, and then we'll just simply install this. Once the ImageKit is installed, this is the way that you can initialize it. Okay, you need to import the statement, and then you can provide the public, private, and URL endpoint. So I will copy that, and then we'll create a new shareable components, and we can call it as a upload image.jsx. I will add a default template, and simply I'm going to initialize here. Now make sure to import this ImageKit from the ImageKit only, and then you need to provide the public private key. So let's go to this .env.local file. Here I will create ImageKit public key is equal to, then we also want a private key, and then the URL endpoint. Okay, and everything you will get it inside this ImageKit developer options. Okay, so we'll copy this public key, I will paste it here, then I will copy this private key as well. So obviously I need to enter the password in this case in order to access it, and then we'll paste it here, and the last, the endpoint. Okay, so endpoint is as it is, I can copy and paste it here. Now simply use this over here using process.env.ImageKit public key, then we will use private key, and the last URL endpoint, and that's how easily you can initialize it. Okay, now inside this div we'll use a button component. Okay, and here we'll say upload image, and then save it. Now over here we'll create a new method. We'll say on file upload, something like this. Now in order to upload the image on the click of this button, we need to wrap this button inside the label, something like this, right? And outside of this one I will add an input of type file. Okay, now let me show you how it looks first. Okay, so if I go to this, okay, first thing, obviously this is the shareable components, right? So make sure that you need a component for the image So over here we'll say image upload setting dot jsx. I will say just image setting, add image setting. Okay, so over here we'll add a default template and then save it. Now inside this add image setting, you need to add this upload image component, and this add image setting you need to attach to your image component. So over here I will add a field called component, and then you can add image setting. Now if I go back to our application and I will just make sure to refresh this, and if I go to the image, you will see this button upload image. But over here you will see this choose file, and we don't want this. Okay, and we want clicking or choosing the file on the click of this upload image. So basically inside the upload image, in order to add the custom upload functionality, you need to provide ID. Here we'll say upload image, and then for this label we'll say HTML for upload image. So what it will do, it will act or it will call this input when user click on this button. Okay, next we need to hide this input. So basically we'll say a class name and we'll say header, but we'll write on change method to this particular input, and we'll simply call on file upload method. Now to this on file upload, it will take an event. Okay, I think that's all we want, and make sure you will not allow to select a multiple file. So we'll say multiple to false and then save it. Now let's take this out. So over here if I click upload image, right, so let's click upload. Actually it's not uploading or selecting the file because the button will not use to upload the image like this. Okay, so over here I will just change this to h2 tag, and then we'll add some padding. We'll change the color to the primary, and then we'll also make a text white. We'll make a rounded to, let's say, medium, and let's save this one. And also we'll make text to be in the center of the screen. We'll make text smaller and save it. Now if I click upload, see, I can able to upload the file. Pretty good, right? Once I click the file and open, it will get selected. But as soon as you click on upload, right, we need to show a loading indicator, and then in meantime we will upload the image to the ImageKit cloud storage. Okay, so over here on the image or on the file upload, we are going to simply get the file. So over here we'll say constant file is equal to event dot target dot files. Okay, and from that one obviously you can get only first file information, and then over here we'll say constant image reference is equal to await ImageKit, which we already defined, is equal to dot upload. It has an upload method, and inside that you need to provide the file, which is a required field. So in this case, whatever the file which user select, then the file name. Okay, now you can provide the file name as well. So in our case, you can give the file name whatever the ID we have, right? So you can get the ID directly over here using the design ID is equal to use params, and then we use the design ID dot png file, and the last you have to say is published as true. Okay, you can even add extra parameter that you can find on the ImageKit documentation, or you can even find it to this npm documentation, where you can add the extension transformation if you want to add any transformation. But for now I will keep as it is. Here I will make this async, and once we have the image reference, you can get the image reference, and let me show you what are the fields are inside this image reference. Okay, let's save this one. Now we'll also maintain a loading state, and initially it will be false. Once you start uploading, we'll set the loading as a true, and once you finish it, we'll set the loading as a false. But whenever the loading is true, we'll simply, let me bring this down, we can simply show a loading icon. So over here, if the loading is true, we can show a loader. We can also animate that using this animate spin. Otherwise, we can show a text called upload image. Okay, as simple as that, and then save it. Now let's go back and I will just refresh this. Obviously currently we are just consoling, so we'll inside the console we are expecting to get the image data. So I will upload the image, select the image which you want to upload, and we'll click open, and if you see, the loader icon is showing, and boom, inside the console we get the data. Obviously it has a file ID, the file type, the name, right, and the most important, we got the image URL, sorry, thumbnail URL and the URL. Now if I open this URL inside the new tab and click enter, boom, we got the uploaded image URL. Pretty cool, right? And if you see, this image is on the ImageKit cloud storage. So that's how easily you can upload this image. Now once you upload this image through the ImageKit transformation, you can even transform the image without writing any code. You can just update the URL, and whatever the, if you want to crop, you can remove the background, everything you can do directly through the URL. That we are going to learn in this course as well. But for now, make sure you are able to upload the image through the ImageKit. Once you upload the image, once we have this image reference, now obviously from the image reference we'll get the URL, right? Now we need to set or add this particular image to our canvas. Now in order to set this image to the or on the canvas, before that let me go to the Fabric.js, and in the documentation we go to the core concept, and these are the some objects which are very important. If you want to add an image, you can use this Fabric image. If you want to add a text, you have this text section. If you want to add rectangle, square, anything, then you can add with these particular objects, and with the help of this object we are going to implement all the application. Okay, now in our case we want to use a Fabric image. So simply first, once we have the URL, over here we'll say constant image reference, or we'll say canvas image reference, canvas image reference is equal to await Fabric image. Make sure to import it from the image. I will remove this star, and then we'll say from URL. Okay, now you need to pass this URL. So in our case the URL is nothing but this image reference dot URL. Once you have this canvas image reference, then you can use this editor JSON, what is this, our canvas editor context. Okay, so I will just copy this from here using this use canvas hook, because inside this canvas editor we have our canvas initialization, right? So I will use canvas editor dot add, and then simply you can add this canvas image reference, but don't forget to render this. Okay, so here we'll say canvas editor dot render all, and then save it. Now with the help of add, just add your image to the canvas, as simple as that. Also I will make sure this loader icon is in the center. Hopefully that's fine. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. I will select this image. So over here we have an error. Let me refresh it. So I think we forgot to import this use canvas hook, so make sure to import that. And after refresh, if I go to the image, let's upload the image, and once it uploaded, boom, it get added over here. Not only that, you will see you can even transform it anywhere. Pretty cool, right? So over here, if I want to transfer over here, you can do it, and this is the first step of our canvas editing functionality, right, where you can upload your own image. Not only that, but if you want to upload another image, just go over here, select the image which you want to upload, click open, and then it will get added. It will not only add the new image, but it will also keep your existing image, and here you can easily change the size, width, height, and everything as per your requirements. And you can select the anyone which you want. Pretty cool. So that's how you need to add the image or custom image to your canvas with the help of ImageKit. One more important thing that you can do it over here, you can even set the image width and height. Okay, so inside this canvas image reference dot set, and then you can simply define the width. So in this case, let's say you want to give width of 300, right, or let's say 200, and then the height, let's say 200. Along with that one, you can also provide the scale size. Okay, so you can add the scale x, scale y, and the axis as well, x and y axis as well. Okay, so in this case, let's say scale x and scale y to 1, and then save it. Now if I go back and let's upload the, okay, let me refresh this first with the new changes, and then if I go to the image, upload the image, I will upload this image, and once it uploaded, it will display it on the screen. Perfect. But if you see with the scale, it will not extend anything, right? So it will just cut that your image scale. So it's up to you whether you want to add this property or not. Now after completing this custom image upload, it's time to add unsplash API to search any images from the internet, and it's completely free. Once we implement, this is how it will look like. Okay, so by default we can show some images, but user have option to search whatever the images he want. As simple as it is. So simply go to the unsplash.com/developer. It contains a lot of different beautiful images that you can search it. Now once you are on this Unsplash developer page, just make sure to register as a developer, and once you register, confirm your email and then go to your apps. Here you don't have any apps, so you can create a new one. So I will create a new application. In demo you can make a 50 requests, but in production you have to make 5,000 requests, and you need to follow the Unsplash guideline that we are going to do. Okay, first we'll go to the add new, and here you can just select everything and click accept terms. Give the application name, so I will give as a Canva clone 2.0, and simply you can add some description, Next.js Canva clone app, and then your application is now ready. If you scroll down, you will see this application ID, access key, and the secret key, which we need it later on. Okay, now I will just simply go to the documentation, and here you will see that option search photo by keyword. Okay, now once you add the keyword, you can able to search the photo, and this is the endpoint in order to search any photos. Okay, so first let's copy this endpoint. We'll go back, I will close this tab, and then inside our services folder, I'm going to create a shareable component. We'll call it as a search images.jsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now inside this search image, we are going to call a method called constant get, or we'll say search image, or we'll say get image list. In this one, we need to pass a user search input and the arrow function, something like this. Okay, now inside that we need to make an API call to this particular endpoint. So we need an HTTP client. You can use a fetch, but I'll rather use npm Axios. Axios is the HTTP client library. Okay, so I need to use sudo, and whenever you make an API call, the Axios is a perfect library to make that, and it's quite easy. Simply what you need to do now, you just write constant result is equal to await Axios dot get, and then inside this you need to pass this API endpoint, something like this. But along with that one, we need to pass the parameters. So inside the parameter we'll pass a query. Now query will nothing but the search input, then how many pages you want, so in the result, so we'll say 1, and how many result per page, so that I will say for example 20. Here let's make this as async. Then we need to add a header with a bearer token. So inside the header we'll provide a authorization, and then you need to add a client ID. So here we'll say client dash ID, and then inside this you need to add an access key. So I will just go back, and over here you will see this access key. Let's copy that, and I will put inside this .env.local file. Over here we'll say next public unsplash access key, and we'll paste this key. Oh sorry, over here we'll say process.env.key. Perfect. So that's how you need to add the key. Once you have the result, we'll just console the result and we verify we are getting data or not. Now this method we need to call whenever this component get load. So this is how we'll code, and obviously initially let's pass a query as a gradient, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and I will open the inspect panel as well, inside the console we'll go to the, okay, so I think we did not added this component anywhere yet, okay, so we need to add this component inside this add. I think we can add inside the add image setting. So over here we'll say search images and then save it. So if you see, the search images is showing, and if you see in the result we got the data with the results, and inside the result you will see all the information, and this is the URL of the result, okay. It means everything is we are getting from the unsplash. Now let's go back to the unsplash, and here I'm going to create one state called image list comma set image list is equal to use state, and simply I will set the image list using the result dot data, and again inside that I think we have the results, so something like this, okay, perfect, and then save it. Now once we have all the images, I will add margin top to 5, and then we need to simply iterate it. So over here we'll say image list dot map, we'll say image comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll simply add a div. Inside the div we'll add an image, and then inside the source tag we'll say image dot urls dot thumbnail, okay, because over here it's better to show only the thumbnail. And if you see over here we have the URLs, and inside the URL you will see all the URLs, but we are going to just use the thumbnail in order to display it, okay. Then you need to give the alt tag. Over here I will give alt as a slug. So slug is nothing but some alternative word. So if you see over here, this one, it helpful when you want add SEO, okay. After this let's give width and height. So we'll give width to 300 and then height to 300. Then in the class name, we'll give width to full, height to 80 pixel, and then we'll make rounded small. Now obviously it will show in one line. So if I go back, okay, let's also add a key as index. And if I select the images, right now we got an error. It's saying that this particular host name is not configured inside the Next.js app. So whenever you use any third-party image URL, you need to make sure to configure inside the next.config.js file. So copy this host name, go back to the next.config.mjs file. Inside here, we'll add images, then domains which you want to whitelist and add that domain name. Then you start your application. Now after loading, if I go to the images, you will see this image list. Beautiful. But let's add some style. So over here, I will make this image list as a grid, and we'll make grid column 2. Okay, we'll also give gap to, let's say, 3, and then save it. Now if I go back, boom, you will see the image, and also you have option to upload the image. Also, if you see, if I scroll it, right, it's going, obviously we don't want this scrolling, right? So just simply you can add some specific height to this one and just add overflow auto. I will add a maximum height, let's say 70 vertical height. See, now you have this scrolling option. You can add more, let's make it 75 vertical height. I think this is much better. Perfect. Okay. Now after this, we also want to give option to search it. So for that one, we need to make some changes. So over here, first, let's wrap this in a div. And I will remove this margin top and I will put it here actually. And over here, we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say search images. Then we want to add an input field. We'll add a placeholder, and inside the placeholder you can add anything. Okay, and after this, let me add inside this div actually this input, because we also want to add a button to search it, and inside that I will just add a search icon. Okay, and then save it. I will make this as a flex and gap to 2, item to be in the center, and save it. So this is how it will look like. Obviously we need to give some margin y to 2. Perfect. For the search image, this particular text I will make font bold, text smaller. I think this is, let's make it text as it is. Okay, and also over here we'll say margin bottom, or simply we can add margin top to 3. Perfect. Now once user add any details and search it, then we want to refresh this information. Okay, so from the input we'll say on change, it will emit the event, and then we need to get the search input query. So simply I will say constant, or simply you can just call this get image list and then pass the value. Okay, that will be good. So over here I will just pass the e.target.value. So whatever the user enter, that value we are going to pass. So I think because we want to add on the button click, it's not better to pass here. So better we can create one search input as a state. And then over here we'll say search, set search input text, and on the click, so over here we'll say on click, you can call get image list with this particular value, which is the search input. Perfect. And then save it. Now if I go back and let's search, let's say you want to search mountain, and click enter, and boom, you will see all the mountains. How cool. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now after this, whenever I click any of the image, it should add to our canvas, right? And that we need to do a similar way that we did it for the upload image, right? In upload image, we convert this image first. Okay, so over here using this fabric image, I don't want this one, and then we just add it to the canvas. So for that one, obviously we need this canvas hook. I will just copy that so that we can use it, something like this. Make sure to import this, and after this, once we have the once we click on this any of the image, so we'll add a method called on click add image to canvas. So we'll call this method, and to this method we need to pass the URL of image which you want to pass. So if I go to the inspect panel and the console, so this is our I don't think so we are returning any object. So I will just console over here, okay, so that we can get, so say result.data.results, and here we have. So from the URLs we need to pass the regular one, okay. So we'll pass and we'll see whether that resolution is good or not. So now simply inside this add image, we'll say image dot urls dot regular, and then we'll create this add image to canvas method. Now this method basically used for to add selected image to canvas, and obviously it will accept the image URL, and then we'll simply need to convert it, right? So first we'll use this fabric image, and then we'll get the image reference. So simply we'll say constant canvas image reference is equal to await fabric image, make sure to import, but I don't want this star, and then dot from URL, okay. And then inside this you need to pass the URL. The URL in this case is image URL, okay, as simple as that, similar to this one. And then you just need to add it. So as we already have the canvas editor, so we'll say canvas editor dot add, and then we'll add a canvas image reference, but don't forget to render this all. So here we'll say render all, okay, and then save it. So if I go back, and also one quick thing, whenever we hover on this one, we'll make not hover, but we'll just make cursor pointer, so it look like you are clicking it, see, okay. And now if I click on any of this image, boom, it's get added. Obviously you have option to scale it, okay, and then accordingly you can just scale, depends on your requirements. You can scale vertically, you can scale horizontally, or you can scale from the corner as well. Cool, right? So and obviously you can add as much as images you want, say. Perfect, right? Currently we don't have the delete option, right? That will implement soon, but for now I hope you understand how to do it. If you want to search, let's say you want to search cats, and boom, you will see this beautiful images list. Right now if you think it's stretching, so I just observed, so over here just add object cover, and what it will happen, it will not stretch your image, and then you can easily use it. See, perfect, right? I think this regular is too big, so I will just change this to small, and let's see how it looks. Okay, so if I import this one, I think this is much better, see, and you can extend this one as well. Perfect. Now we will learn how we can delete any of these added images or any element which you want to delete on the click of delete button, right? Also, if you see, when I add any of these images, right, it's going behind the current images, right? See, so to fix this issue, we'll first go to the canvas editor where we define the canvas, right? Inside the canvas editor, we initialize this canvas here. Here you need to add preserve object tracking, okay, and then make it true. Now what it means that whenever you add any new images, right, it will add on the top of it. See, cool, right? So it will keep adding on the top of this image. It preserves the stacking of the image. So that is very important thing. Also, if I select the any of this one, right, let's select this one. So you can even keep a track or move this one, right, because it's coming on the top of this particular image, this particular control, right? So that is also good one. Now let's move to the part where you want to delete any of these particular images. So simply we will use the use effect, and inside the use effect, this use effect will execute whenever there is change in a canvas editor. Okay, it means we'll check whether user selected this particular element or image, then it will trigger this use effect. But inside that, we'll simply add a condition. So here we say constant handle key down. So whenever the delete button is down, so it will emit the event, and then inside the if condition we'll add if event dot key is matches as a delete button. Okay, or in the for Windows we need to also add event dot key is matches with the backspace. As macOS don't have the backspace button, so that's the reason we also added the delete button. So inside that we'll add if canvas editor is defined, that also an important thing. Then we'll get an active object, the selected object. So that is very easy to get it. So here we say active object is equal to editor canvas, canvas editor dot get active object, and with this method you will get an active selected object. Okay, and here we say if active object is true, then we'll say canvas editor dot remove, and what you want to remove, that active object we want to remove. Once you remove it, as you know that what to do, so we need to render all. Okay, and then save it. Now this handle key down we need to call. So over here we'll say document dot add event listener, and inside that we'll say key down. See, so whenever there is key down, then this method will get called. So this need to be an outside, something like this. Okay, so simply we are calling this particular method, and also once it finished, make sure to dispose this. So over here we'll say document dot event handler, or sorry, we need to remove that event handler. So we'll say remove event listener and key down to handle key down. So that's the method we mentioned. Okay, so this is the simplest way that you can define. But as you know that whenever there is event handlers called key down, then only we need to call this method. Obviously it's on any key, but it will also check that the key press is delete or backspace. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out. If I added these two images and I want to delete this one, I will click delete and boom. See, pretty cool, right? So that's how you can delete it. See, if I add a couple of more, right, and I want to delete this last one, click delete and boom. So that's how you can delete any object, and that also you will learn how can we get the active object, means selected object, right? That is very important because all the next part that we are going to implement, add a styling to the selected object, that is depends on this particular line. Over here we'll say use to delete the selected element slash object. Now it's time to add an elements. So first we will add a shapes under the element section, and the shapes can be a circle, square, triangle. It can be used to design your canvas. It's very useful. Okay, and obviously for each of these shapes we are going to add a different setting, like a fill color, border, opacity, and lot of other things. And later on then we will also add an option to add a stickers. So let's go back to our application, and once user click on this element, that's where we want to add these shapes. So inside the option.jsx, I already downloaded some images like square.png, triangle.png, and I created this list called shape list in order to display it on the screen. So I'm going to add a shareable component called shapes.jsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now under the components, I'm going to create a new component called elements.jsx. Okay, and we'll add a default template. Obviously inside the element we'll add a shapes component. Okay, now this particular element we need to attach to this element setting. Okay, so simply we'll go to the option.jsx, and similar the background and the images, we are also going to add a new field called components, and to this one we'll say shapes, and then not shapes but elements, sorry. Okay, so it's going to be elements and then save it. Now if I go back and go to this elements, if I refresh this screen and if I go to the elements, you will not see anything because we don't have anything written inside the shapes. Okay, now inside the shape, simply let's display all the shapes. So here we have the shapes from the shape list from the options, and here we'll add shape comma index and the arrow function like this. Then we'll add a div tag, and inside this div tag we'll add an image source. From the shape we'll just display the icon. We'll alt tag will give as shape.name. Then for a width, let's say 100, height can be 100, and for this div we'll add a padding to 2. We'll also add a border. We'll make rounded Excel and then save it. Also I will make sure to wrap this in a div, and for this div we'll make class name grid, and then we'll make grid column 3 with gap of 3. Now if I go over here, obviously it should show like this, say, and that's how our shape will look like. Now on the click on any of these shape, we want to add those shape on the canvas, right? So to do that, simply we need to write a method. So here we'll say constant on shape select and the arrow function. This particular method we are going to connect to this div. We'll say on click, and we'll say on shape select. Here we need to pass the shape information. So we'll pass whatever the shape information we have, the complete object. Okay, and then we'll just say if shape dot name is equal to let's say circle. Okay, then we need to add the shape from the Fabric.js, and it's quite easy. Okay, so first we'll simply say constant circle reference is equal to new circle, and this circle, if you see, this particular method is importing from this circle, so we'll import that one, and then inside that you need to provide the width, height, and everything. So to do that I will define properties, okay, because we want to use at multiple places, and inside these we'll say a left, for example, where we want to show. Okay, so we'll say left 100, right, or sorry, we'll say top to 100. Then you can mention the radius. Let's say this is a square, let's make it a radius 50, it doesn't matter. Okay, the fill color, so by default I will put the fill color as a black. The stroke color also you can put it. Okay, I will put it black, and the stroke width. Now stroke width is an optional not, but all of these are optional obviously, but it always good to provide this basic information. Now this property I'm going to pass over here. Okay, so I will just restructure it like this, properties. And once it is done, you can just say, obviously we need to get the hook, editor canvas hook. So here we'll say canvas editor, we call it as canvas editor is equal to use editor hook or use canvas hook. And from this canvas editor, we'll just set the value dot add, and then we'll say circle reference, as simple as that. And after all, you can just say render all. So at the end, we'll say canvas editor dot render all. Okay, and then save it. Let's go it and test it. So for example, this is our circle. Okay, I will just make sure to refresh this once, and I will go to open, and if I click circle, boom, it's get added directly onto your canvas. Now obviously you can resize it, you can change the position and everything. Okay, same thing we have to do for the square. So I'm going to create else if loop. So over here we'll say else if shape dot name is equal to square, then we'll say constant square reference is equal to new, and here we need to add a method called rect, okay, which is from the Fabric. And again inside this I'm going to pass all the properties, so like this. Okay, and once you pass the property, you can even provide the corner radius if you want. Okay, but I think for now I think we are good on this one. And then make sure to pass this square reference and then save it. And if I go back, let's try the square. Okay, somehow square is not working. Let's see why. Maybe because of the options. So inside the option, the name is correct. Okay, so over here this need to be an SQUARE. So the spelling mistake. So I will refresh it. And if I go to the element, still square is not working. So let's see the issue. Okay, so here we have the key property, that also we can fix it, not big deal. And this is a rectangle, right? So, and we render all everything, that's correct. So over here we forgot to provide the width and height for the square. Okay, so inside property you can add that, let's say 100 by default, and height also an 100. Okay, and then save it. Now over here if I go, then if I click add, see the square get added. If I add a circle as well, the circle will get also added. Perfect, right? So that's how you can add the square circle. Same thing we have to do with the triangle as well. So I will create another else if, and I'm not sure whether the triangle is there or not. So I don't think so triangle is there, but let's add a line first. Okay, so over here we'll say line. In the case of the line, we have to change little bit. So over here we have circle, we have square, and here I will just add the line. And then inside this line you can provide some default value like 50, 50, 200, 200, and then you can add a stroke color, let's say black, the stroke width we added, and then save it. Okay, and let's test this out. So this need to be with a capital L. So still the line is not get added somehow, so it was spelling mistake over here. So this need to be a stroke and then save it. Okay, now if I go back and add this, see the line get added. Obviously you can move this and change the width, height, and everything. Now for the triangle you have to add the polygon. It's quite easy to add it. Okay, and then you can just mention the XY axis, that is work and homework for you. You can try this out. Obviously I will include in the source code. Now it's time to add a setting for each of this element. Now inside this setting we have different setting option as well, and on the UI we are going to simply add the setting option. Once user select any of these shapes on the canvas, then this settings option on the top navigation will enable, and on the click of that one we are going to show a pop over where user can update the changes. As simple as it is. Okay, now talking about the settings, right? So let me note down some of the settings like fill color. Okay, that is very important setting. Then we want a border color, then stroke or border/border width, we can say that also we need to add. Opacity, where user can change the opacity. Then the border radius, user can update the border radius as well. And the trash, if you want to delete, we can call it as a delete the selected element. Okay, so these are the options that we are going to add it. So let's go back to, and I already added this shape settings list. Inside that you will see the name and the icons I already attached to each of them. Also we are going to attach the component for each of these particular object. Okay, that we will add it once we start creating the different components. Now first thing that we want to do, so inside the component we will create a new component called top nav bar.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now obviously this top nav bar we want to show it, but before that we'll add some padding. And this top nav bar we want to add just above the canvas. So let's go to our design screen, and inside that we have this page.jsx, and we want to add maybe you can add inside the canvas editor, that will be good. Okay, so if I go to this canvas editor over here, let's try to add, let's see how it looks. So right now even when I select this, the top nav is showing here in the center of the screen, because these are all style get applied automatically, right? So basically let's try to add it here, something like this. Okay, and if I go back and let's see whether we showing at the top or not. And if you see, this is our top nav bar. Obviously I think we need to give width, full and height as well. So these two property along with this one actually we'll remove it, and I will add over here, and I think we are good. Okay, perfect. If you want to give margin top, not here, but we'll add margin top to 10, so some space. Okay, and then we have the top nav bar as well. Now to this top navigation bar we will add a background white. Okay, so we'll see this white background. Let's add more padding to this one. After this, for this top nav bar inside the shareable component, I'm going to add shapes settings dot jsx. So this need to be a settings.jsx file, and add default template, and this settings we're gonna add inside this top nav bar. Now I'm creating this different component because depends on which element user select, whether that's an image or that's a shape. Depends on that selection we want to show this setting, otherwise we want to hide it, as simple as it is. Okay, now for now obviously I'm going to show now, and then let's go to the shapes setting, and inside the shape setting we need to iterate all of these shapes. So over here we have the shape settings list dot map, we have shapes comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll just say, let's add a div actually, and then we have shape dot icon. Okay, and then save it. Let's go back and let's see whether that shapes, all the shapes are getting rendered or not, and here we have perfect. Basically it's in the vertical, so we want it everything in a horizontal way, right? So for this div we'll make it flex and gap of 3, and let's see how it looks now. Perfect. And these are some of the options. Obviously you can make more gap, okay, and when you user hover on this one we can show some kind of background color. So over here we'll say hover, just or just you can scale it, it's up to you, but let's scale it little bit, and here I will make transition all, also make this cursor pointer, and if you see it's very small but it's moving, see, okay, perfect. Now on the click of this one we want to open the popover, so simply go to the shared CN and search for the component called popover. If I click on this one, this is how it will open. The similar way we want to implement. First I will install this popover, so just inside your terminal just paste it and then it will install. After this make sure to import these popover statements, and then I will use this particular use case. Now if you observe, this is the actual trigger which will open the popover. So I want to open the popover on the click of this icon, okay. I will mark this as a child and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, I will just make sure to refresh everything and click on this, boom. If you see, we have this beautiful popover, and obviously if you click any of this one, right, it will open it. Not only that, but if I click outside, it will close it, and that's the behavior we want. Now inside this popover we want to add the different components. So in this case, for example, on the click of this one we want to add object field color, or sorry, the color picker, right, and you can directly use that color picker over here. So obviously if I go to the shareable component, I already created one file called field color, okay, and inside this field color I'm going to add color picker editor component, okay. Now it will take two value, one is the on value change, okay. So once the value is changed, I will just console it for now, okay, and then we have the default value, okay. So obviously I will put the default value as black, okay, and then save it. Now this field color we want to add into our options. So inside the option I will add a component as a new field and then add this field color component, okay, and then save it. That's how you need to do it, okay. Now let's go back to the shape setting, and inside this popover content we want to show this component, so which we already have. So here we'll say shape dot component and then save it, and let's test this out, and boom, if you see, if I click on this one, it will open the color picker for us, right, and that's what we wanted to do. Now let's consider I selected this, and on the click of this one, if I select any of this color, obviously we want to make sure that color will get changed. So let's go back to our field color, and inside this field color first we'll set the value of the color. So here we'll say color comma set color is equal to use state, and then over here I will just pass the value, okay. Obviously default value I will put as a black one. Now on the change of the color we will say constant on color change method, I will call it as, and then over here we'll just call this method, okay. So we'll say on color change. Obviously this is the value we are going to pass, which is nothing but the color, and then we'll set the color with the color, okay, and then save it. Now just it will, if I open this, right, so okay, so we have an error, it's saying value is not defined, so this need to be a color actually. So this color we need to pass, okay, and on color change I'm calling this particular method, so it will set the color for us, Okay, obviously we are not setting the color, but if you see, obviously I can able to select the color. Okay, this is the first step. Now let's consider you added this particular element, right? Now you want to change the color of this one. So for that one, first we need to get the canvas editor. Okay, so here we'll say canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook, and from this one first we'll get the current object. Now if you remember, inside the canvas editor we already know how to get the selected object. See, okay, and this is the way that you can get the selected object. So basically I will call this method, okay, call active object, and it will get the active object for us. And then for this active object you can set the color. So here we'll have the fill, and then whatever the color you are getting, that color you can pass. So basically if you go to the shapes, so inside our shapes, right, these are some of the variable you can fill it. So in this case we want to update the fill, then make sure you will update the fill, okay, with this all the value. And then we'll say canvas editor dot add active object, and then we'll say canvas editor dot render all, and that's how you can update the fill color of the selected object or selected element. And if I go over here, let's add this circle, okay, and I will pick the color, and if I change the color, boom, you will see I can able to select any color. Obviously we have this black border because we did not updated the border color yet, but for now I hope you understand this. Okay, same thing if I add the square and change the color of the square, you will see the square color so change. The line color may not change because this is just a stroke, okay, it don't have the fill color, but I hope you understand this part. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now after this we want to add a border color picker. Okay, so right now we don't have anything, but we'll add a border color picker. So for that one, okay, so it's nothing but border. Yeah, so let's go to the shareable. We'll create a component called stroke color.jsx, or you can call it as a border color. Okay, if you think that's more easy to understand. And then add a default template. Okay, now inside the border color we'll simply add a color picker editor again. Okay, and whatever we added inside this fill color, I will copy everything as it is. So let me copy that and we'll paste inside this border color. Okay, make sure to import this color picker. We need to import use state and the canvas hook as well. But instead of this fill, now we want to add the stroke. So for example, if I go to the shape settings or just go to the shapes, you will find this stroke. Okay, now for this stroke we need to pass the color which we copied. So if I go to this border color, instead of fill, I will just pass the stroke with the color. I think that's all we need to do, and then save it. Okay, now don't forget to add this particular component to the stroke option. So over here we'll say border color component, and if I click on this one, you will see the border color. Okay, now for this one, let's consider you give something as a red, and then you wanna change the border color. See, and if I increase this size, here we have. Now you can change the border color as well. Whatever the border color you want to use, just pick that one. Okay, so that's how easily we can do it, as we created this reusable component. So it's very easy for us to just change the or reuse that particular settings for multiple components. Now next we have the stroke width that we want to update, right? So for that one, we'll create again one shareable component. We'll call it as a stroke or border width, we'll say .jsx. Okay, let's add a default template, and to this one here I will just add border width. And to this one we want to add the shared CN component, which is kind of slide. I don't know what it's called, but it's a kind of slide, slider. So this is what we want, okay, this component. So user can just drag it, and depends on the size we can update the border width. Okay, so first we'll install this. And once it is installed, you can use this. Okay, so in this case, if you see, you can provide the maximum value and minimum value, and depends on that one it will change the size. So make sure to import this slider as well. You can provide the default value if you want, and with the maximum size and steps. Okay, so over here let's add a constant. So basically we'll create a method called on width change. Okay, and obviously it will return the value. Now I think this slider has a method called on value change. Okay, so I will just make sure if it's written inside this one or not. I don't think so, it's mentioned over here. Okay, so it has a property called on value change, and then we can connect this to the on width change method. Okay, over here you need to get the canvas editor as well from the canvas hook, so that we can update the selected object width. Okay, so similar like this one. So I will just copy this one as well, and once we have the object over here, you need to pass object width, stroke width. I will just make sure the property name is correct. So we have this stroke width, something like this, right? So that stroke width we are just updating with the value, and then we'll say on value change, it will emit the value, and then we'll simply call on width change. Okay, but make sure the value will be in the form of this one. See, so over here we have to provide the value of 0th element, and then whatever the value we have, then we'll attach that one, and then we'll simply say canvas editor dot add active object, and then we'll say canvas editor dot render all. As simple as it is. Okay, perfect. Let's save this one, and over here I will add a class name margin y to true, and let's test this out. Now I will select some shape. Okay, I will change the color, and if I go over here, okay, so I think we forgot to attach this particular component to our options called stroke width. So over here we'll say component, and we'll have border width. Perfect. So over here we have an error called active object dot set is not defined. That's weird. Let's go to our border width. I think everything is look good to me. Let's save it and let's refresh it again. This error is came because let's add a condition that active object is selected. Okay, because sometimes you might have error that active object is not selected, and once you add, you have to make sure to select it, go over here, and boom, you can change the width and height, depends on your requirements. Same thing if I add this one, right, and let's change the border color. I will say this pink, the green one, and then we'll change this size. Beautiful, right? So that's how you can change the color. Okay, so guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's add another setting option, which is the opacity. Opacity is nothing but whether you want to make it transferable or not. Okay, so just to make transparent, you can change the value from 0 to 1. 1 is means the full opacity, 0 is means completely transfer. Okay, so for that one as well, similar like this one, we are going to add the slider for the opacity. So I will create the shareable component. So let's go to our services where we have the shareable folder, and inside that we'll say opacity.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now once you add this opacity over here, similar like any other, let's consider that you just added the border with color. I will copy everything as it is, okay, because same thing we want it, and inside the opacity I will just paste it, okay. But over here make sure to import this hook. Then this is good, everything is good over here. I will change the name to on opacity change. Then over here we'll say update opacity, and then I will call on opacity change. Make sure to import this slider component as well. Once you add this opacity, inside your options, the shape setting list will add the component for the opacity. And then save it. Now if I go back and let's add this circle, okay, and if I click on this opacity right now, okay, so it's showing the 0 or very light. So I will go to this opacity and we'll change this maximum size to 1 and step from 0 to 1, okay. And here the default one will provide as a 1 only. Over here I think this is good. I think that's good. So right now maximum value is 1 and step is 0.1, okay. Let's see how it looks. So if I select this one and select the maximum, the currently it's in maximum opacity, but if I change this one, so nothing is happening, see. So let's see why it's not updating anything. So once we are inside this opacity change, we are not updating the opacity. Over here we forgot to update because we copy paste it, so we did not updating this, right. So you have to update the opacity, okay. So let's do one thing, let's add another one, and now if I see the change, now it's changing, perfect, right. So depends on my selection, it's updating its value. Also one more thing, you don't need to add the canvas editor add, okay. So I will just remove this one and make sure to remove from everywhere. So I just commented this, except the when we are adding the shape, that time only we want to add, otherwise it will keep adding the element in on the canvas, right. And if you see now, if I change the opacity, it's changing and working properly. Now next is the updating or changing the border radius. If you are adding the square, then if user want to change the border radius, user can go over here and then easily can update the border, okay. So for that one, similar way, I will copy everything from this one, okay. So let's copy and we'll create a shareable component called border radius.jsx. Let's add a default template first and then we'll paste the one which we copied. Make sure to import this canvas hook. Over here we'll say on radius change, it will take a value. Over here you need to provide the in order to change the value, you have to provide rx and ry, okay, with a value which is nothing but the x-axis radius and y-axis radius. Then you need to just render the updated canvas, and over here this will be the slider, okay. Make sure to call this method when it gets changed. Now in this case the default value is 1, okay, or you can make it 0, and maximum value 200, and every time it will change by 1, and then save it. Not only that, but if you want to show the how much value of the radius is, then you can also update that too. I will keep as simple as it is, and here we'll say border radius and then save it. Now let's go back. I will just make sure to refresh this once, and then if I select the any element, let's select this, and then we'll select this, okay. So I think we forgot to add this border radius to our options. So over here we'll say border radius component and then save it. perfect. And I think inside the border radius we did not imported the slider. Okay, we did import the slider. The default value is 0. I think everything is good. Let me refresh this. And somehow we are not getting the slider. Okay, let's see why. Okay, so we imported the incorrect statement, so we have to import from our components, okay, not from the Redux. So if you see, now it's working perfectly. Let's import that. We'll change the border radius and boom, if you see, you can even make the circle of it, and obviously it will change, depends on your size. See, beautiful, right? So that's how you can update it. Now in order to add this delete functionality, we just simply need to add the on delete over here, okay? But it means from the option I'm not going to add this particular option. I will remove that, and instead of that one we'll simply add icon after this, okay? So over here we'll add a trash and then save it, okay? And let's see how it looks. And if you see, nothing will get changed, okay? Only thing is you can add the same class name to this one as well, and over here we'll write a method called constant on delete, and here we're going to simply delete that selected canvas object or element. So for that one we'll say constant canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook, and if you remember, inside this canvas editor we already have logic to delete the record. We'll need to get the active object, and then we'll need to say remove, okay? So I will just copy this line of code, we'll paste it here, something like this. Then this on delete we are going to attach on this trash icon and then save it. Now let's add an element, and if I click delete, boom, it deleted, okay? We wanted to show this particular top navigation only when the shape is selected. Right now if you see, even though if shape is not added and not selected, these options are still enabled, right? But when I select any of the shapes, then only I want to enable this top navigation bar item. Depends on what type of element you selected. So in order to implement, let's go back, and I will close this all the tab and simply go to our top navigation bar. So inside our services we have this top navigation bar component. Over here simply I'm going to add if condition, and we'll say if canvas editor is available. Now here we need to listen the events. Now there are multiple types of event. Once user select any of this object, another when user update the object, and third is when it's unselected, okay? These three event you can add it. So simply we'll add canvas editor dot on, and here you need to give event name. So the event name is selection created, okay? When user select the any of this shape, and it will emit the event e and the function. Now over here I will just return the selected element, okay? So over here we have this e dot, or just we'll say e for now, and then save it. And if I go back, let me go to the inspect panel, and inside the console if I select this element, you will see the selected element, and inside that we have the element e. Let me add a new, and if I select, see, again if I select, it will emit and give us this particular result. Now inside the e, right, this is the object. Inside that you will find a multiple feed along with its position, all the details which we applied. But most important thing that we want to focus is on this selected, okay? So inside the selected you will see we have the selected the first element, right? Inside that you need to select this corner style, okay? So the style of this particular shape is from the Fabric.js, and it mentioned the corner style as a rect. Okay, so if you put the triangle, square, or any of these, it will return this corner style as a rect. And whenever the corner style is a rect, we have to show this particular option, setting option, right? Otherwise we want to hide it. As simple as it is. So simply over here I will add a condition, and first we'll also get the active object. So we'll say active object, because even though if you did not get anything from there, that's completely fine, but once you select, you will get the active object, and that active object you can get it from the canvas editor dot get active object. Okay, once you have the active object, if you want, you can console this one, but in this case we want to mention a state. We'll say constant show shape settings, comma set show shape settings is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be false, but once user select it, then we will set the show shape setting to true. Okay, but we also make sure when it's unselect, we want to make this a false. So it has another method called canvas editor dot on. Inside that we have this selection and type cleared. Okay, when it don't means user unselect it, right? So that particular method will call. Over here we'll say set show shape setting to false. As simple as it is, right? Now this particular shape setting we only want to show when the show shape settings is true. Okay, so we'll add a condition like this. Now you might have question why we added this particular state, because we might have another different settings. For example, if I added the text, then we have the different settings for the text, and that time we want to show that particular settings as well. Okay, and along with that one, let me save it first and let me go back over here. Let me refresh the screen once, and then we'll add the item. So inside the element we'll add this item, and if I select this item, you will see that selected item over here. Okay, now we need to get the corner style. Okay, because that condition also we need to add it. So over here we'll say if e dot selected of 0 dot corner style is equal to rect, then simply we want to show it. Only that time we want to show it. Okay, this is very important. And now obviously let's add that. If I select this one, you will see it's printed out, this canvas editor. Okay, and if I unselect, you will see the top navigation body side. If I select, it show and hide. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to do it. You can even remove all these options as well. So right now we give the padding to 3, but I think we can keep as it is as well. Okay, but yeah, that's how you need to add it, guys. Now obviously you can make the changes, what are the changes you want, change the opacity, because we already added all of this functionality. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question about this one, let me know in the comment section.
Now it's time to add an AI functionality into our Canva clone application. And for that one, we are going to use an ImageKit. ImageKit provides a media transformation with the help of AI. This AI transformation is quite easy. You don't need to make any API call, and within a few words, you can change your image and transform to some specific format. Now, there are a lot of different AI transformation features provided by ImageKit, and it's quite easy to use. If you want to generate the image, you can generate within a few lines. Then if you want to change the background or expand your current image using the generative fuel AI technology, you can also do that. You can even update or scale your image if it's in low quality, and there are a bunch of different features you will find with the help of ImageKit. Now click in the documentation link which provided in the description and just go to this image transformation. Here you will find a bunch of different transformation like resizing, add overlay, AI transformation and effects, enhancement and many more. We are mostly focusing on AI transformation, but I'm also going to show you how to add the smart cropping, the image effects and lot of others. Now if I go to this AI transformation, if you understand at least one example, you can build complete or you can use complete features of the ImageKit. Now in the AI transformation, you will see how they use. Once you have the URL from the ImageKit for your image, then you can just use the transform and then whatever the feature you want to add it. Let me show you the quick example. Let's consider this is the image and you want to remove the background of this image. You just need to add e-remove.bg and then it will remove the background for your image. See how cool, right? And the URL, if I show this URL, let me open some URL so you can understand much better. I will open this URL in a different tab, and if I remove this, you will see the original image, right? And if you add tre, I will just copy this e-remove.bg is equal to e-remove.bg and click enter, boom, it will remove the complete background for your image. And that's how easily you can do it. You don't need to make any API call or anything like this. Not only that, but on the right hand side you will see this bunch of different options. If you want to change the background, just say e change bg and then you can add whatever the prompt you want to add. Pretty cool, right? Then not only that, but you can even resize it. You can put it at some place, remove the background, and then you will find this beautiful result. You can expand your image using the generative fill. Consider this is the basic example, right? And if I open this one, right, and we want to expand this image, so I will just copy this prompt and I will just write transform, and we want to add background gen fill. You can provide the width, height and same pad resize and click enter, and then it will expand your image considering the current image. Cool, right? Also you can even add a shadow. It's very helpful when you have some specific image, want to add a shadow. This is the best way that you can add to the any image. You can even scale your or retouch to your image, improve the quality of the image. If you have a small image, you want to increase the size with the good quality, you can also do that. Then you can generate a different images as well. Okay, after that you can add the layover on the any of the image, like for example in this case if you see they added the text on the top of the image. You can generate the variant of your current image. Consider this is your image, you can generate the different variant, and you can even do the smart cropping. If you want to crop the picture of the dog or face of the dog, you can just mention for a cat you can mention something like this, maintaining the aspect ratio as well. The face crop is quite helpful, and a smart crop, it will automatically detect your object, your focusing object on the image, and then it will crop it for you. Pretty cool, right? This is all the AI transformation which we are going to add, and that I'm going to tell you in the easiest way. Moving to this effect and enhancement part, where you can change the color, give the effect to your images. If you want to do the black and white image, just add that and boom. See, something like this. Very easy and very cool. I tested some of the images. If you see, this is the image which I tested. I generated this image and I also expand this image. I flip it and everything I did it with the help of ImageKit without writing a single line of code. And that's what we are going to look in this particular chapter.
Now for the AI image, once user click on edit, right, we will check if user is uploaded the image or not, right, to the imagekit.io, because this is very important. And once it is uploaded, then we have this all the AI features which we are going to add, like background remove, change background, generative fill, smart crop, drop shadow, upscale, and there are many more that you are going to learn in this particular chapter. These are the AI features that we are going to add directly from this image kit. Along with that one, it also have the AI effects, where same thing, we will check if the image is uploaded to this ImageKit.io, and then if yes, then we want to add the grayscale, blur, flip, opacity. These are the some effect. But as you know that there are a bunch of different options available for the AI effects as well. Inside the option.js, I added this AI transformation settings. Inside that, I added different types of AI transformation which we are going to add it, like background removal, change background, generative fill, and there are many others. Each of them I had the name, the image I already added to our public folder, and the command. Now, in order to get the command, you just simply go to the documentation of the image kit, and in this case, let's go to this, for example, the background removal, right? So this is the syntax or the command in order to do the transformation. Just copy that one and then paste it here. Now whenever you just click on this one, we are just going to attach that to the URL, similar like this one. Let me show you how. So I will open this in new tab, and if I do this one, right, this is simple JPG, but if I do the transform remove dot background, and this is how it look like. Okay, the same way that we are going to add it. After this, we want for the change background, so let's go back to the documentation, and for a change background you can add this command. Okay, so change prompt, and then you need to add a text. So over here I will add that one, and for a text, whatever the text you want to add, that you can add it, the whatever the prompt you want to add. Let's say I will take this example for now, and we want a snow, or we just add a snow in the back. Okay, obviously I added this input field called true, and once the input field is true, then obviously user need to add some input in order to apply this change. For the generative field, it's straightforward, so I will take this simple example, okay, which say background generate field with width and height and padding size. So let's add it here. Then for the AI drop shadow, we have just drop shadow. So let's add that too. For upscale, let's go to the upscale. We have this dot upscale, and that's how easy within a couple of words you can add it, right? And that's the reason you can add whatever AI transformation or image transformation from the image kit, you can add very easily. Okay, and let's take this example as well, which is the FO auto. So I will just copy this one. You can even provide the width and height for this one. Okay, so this is just FO auto, so I will put it over here. Okay, and then save it. Now let's display that all the features over here, because on the top we also want to give option to upload the image, or whenever user select any image, we want to show that image on this top. But before that, I will just iterate this all the options. So let's go to the our service folder, and inside this service we're gonna create a component called AI transform settings from ImageKit. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now obviously this AI transformation component we need to attach to our sidebar menu. So this is our AI. Over here I will add a component, and we will say AI transformation setting. Okay, and then save it. Let me refresh this once, and if I go to this AI, you will see this particular text. Now let's go to this AI transformation setting and then iterate all of those options. So over here we'll say AI transformation setting dot map. Here we'll say item, or we'll say option comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, and then we want to add an image from the next/image. Over here we'll say option dot image, we'll give alt tag as option dot name, and then we'll give width, let's say 500, height to 500. Obviously we want to give a class name, we'll say width to full and height to 100 pixel for now. Okay, and then save it. Once you save, if I go back over here, you will see all these images and here we have the result. Obviously it's stretched and obviously we need to update the styling. So over here we'll say object cover. Okay, and then save it. Now let's add a class name, and we'll add a grid of column 2. We'll also give gap to, let's say, 3, and for this image I will make rounded to, let's say, XL. Okay, also I think that let's change the height little bit, let's make it 70 and then save it, and this is how it look like. See, as I told you, you can add more option to this one. Okay, also after this image we'll simply add a text, and we'll say option dot name. For this text we'll add the class name with the text extra small. For this div, let's add a class name with a not class name but key as an index, and then save it. So we have an error. So obviously this need to be an h2 tag. And here we have. Okay, you can keep this in the center of the screen. So we'll say text to in the center and save it. Now along with this AI transformation, you can even add the effects. Okay, and it's same way that you have to add. For example, you want to add a grayscale, just this grayscale you want to connect, and that's all you need to do. Also we have this blur, you can do the flip, rotate and everything, all the effects you can add it. Not only that, but if you have video you want to do some edit operation, you want to crop it, you can also do with this video transformation option from the ImageKit. Okay, if you want to know more about this video transformation from the ImageKit, want to build a complete video editing software, let me know in the comment section saying ImageKit. Here I added few more options from the AI effects. Okay, so for you can do the effects or add effect to your images like blur, contrast, flip, grayscale and many others. Also I'm going to share this option.jsx file with you so that you can easily access it. Now next part is we want to give an option to upload the image, or when user select any image we want to show that image, so that you can easily first update the image and then you can add it to your canvas. Okay, so inside this AI transformation setting only, I'm going to add a new shareable components, and we can call it as a custom image upload.jsx. Now inside this file, let's add a default template and make sure this particular component we want to add inside the AI transformation setting. So over here we'll say custom image upload. Inside this, first we'll add a div, and inside we'll say image upload. We want this icon, so maybe we can use image up icon. Then inside the div we'll add a background secondary, we'll add padding to, let's say, 4, and we'll make flex column, item to be in the center, justify center. Okay, we'll also make rounded corner to XL and then save it. Let's see how it looks on the screen. So this is how it looks. Obviously we want to give some more padding and margin, so over here we'll just provide the height to, let's say, 100 pixel. Okay, also give margin bottom to, let's say, 4 and then save it. Okay, I think this is much better. Then after this image up, I'm going to add a heading tag. We'll say upload image. Over here we'll say text extra small, so we'll say XS and then save it. So it will become in the center of the screen. For this AI transformation setting, right, I might add an S2 tag, and here we'll say AI transformation, and we'll say by ImageKit.io. Okay, so you will see the text as well. Over here we'll say class name, margin Y to let's say 2, and text bold. Oh, this need to be a font bold actually. Okay, now on the click of this upload image, we want to upload an image, right? And for that one, first we'll add an input of type of file, and for this one we want to provide an ID. We can call it as a upload image. Now on the click of this, we want to make sure to trigger this div. So instead of this div, let's make this as a label, and then we'll say HTML4 and make sure to pass the same ID. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this choose file option, but even though if I click over here, it should upload the image. Right now it's loading, and boom, see how cool. But we have to make sure this choose file, we will remove that option. So over here we'll just say class name hidden. Okay, also on the click of this image upload, so over here we'll say on change, we're gonna call a method called constant on image upload, and this particular method we're gonna call on the change. Obviously it will emit the event E. Okay, and then we'll say constant image, or we'll say file is equal to event dot target dot files of 0, because we want to get the first file only. And then we'll generate the image URL in order to show the preview of the image. So over here we'll say URL dot create object URL, and then you need to pass that particular file. Now once this image URL generate, we want to store inside one state called image is equal to use state, and over here I will just set the image with this image URL. Now whenever the image URL is present, it means we don't want to show this upload image option. So simply I'm going to, or we'll do one thing, let's wrap this as if image is not there, then show this label. Otherwise I will put another label, I will close this tag, and over here I'm going to show an image. Now inside this image, obviously whatever the image URL we have, that image URL will show. Alt tag, I will add image width, let's give 300, height to 300, but over here we'll give a class name, width to be full, and height to 150 pixel, which is similar to this particular one. Okay, I will also make a rounded corner to let's say large, and then save it. And let's test this out. So over here I will click upload image, let's select this image for example, and boom, the image is showing on the screen, right? But if I click again, it will not change anything, because on this particular label we did not add anything. So here you can add HTML4 and simply connect this one. Okay, and then even though if you click on again on this image, it will ask you to upload a new image file. That's pretty cool, right? Then next important thing, over here at the last we want to add a button. Okay, and this button, what it will do, it will add the image to our canvas. So over here we'll say add to canvas, and to this button we'll give width to be full, and margin Y to, let's say, 2, and then save it. Also, this image only available to see when the user select the image. So over here I will select the if image is available, then only show this button. And right now if you see, this button will look like this. Now on the click of this canvas, add to canvas, we want to make sure it will add it to our canvas. So for that one, first we have to make sure once user upload the image, it will save to the ImageKit upload functionality, right? And that already we have. If I go to this upload image, we have this method that how to upload to this ImageKit. So make sure as soon as you select the image, you will upload it to the ImageKit as well. So I will copy this ImageKit initialization and we'll put inside this custom image upload, something like this. Make sure to import this ImageKit, and then next, this is the simple example to upload the image. So I will copy that one as well, and we'll simply paste it here. Let's paste it here. Okay, so now once you paste it, right, it will generate the image URL for you. Okay, now you don't need to generate this image URL from this one. So I will comment this out and I will just use this ImageKit image URL. That is very important in order to add an AI transformation from the ImageKit. You need to have the ImageKit URL. Okay, and once we save it, let's test this out. But again, on the click of this add to canvas, so over here I will write a method called on add to canvas. On click first. On click, we'll call this method on add to canvas, and over here we'll call this method. Okay, now again, if I go to this upload image, you will see how to add it. Okay, so it's very simple. You don't need this render all, I believe, but let's add it here, something like this. But also make sure to add a loading state. And initially it will be false, but once you start uploading, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's done, we'll set the loading as a false. And whenever there is a loading, we can show a loader icon. So over here, if loading, then we can show a loader, and we'll say animate spin, and also we'll disable this button whenever the loading is true. Okay, and then save it. I will just comment this render all. Let's save this everything and let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. Also, one more thing we forgot, we need to add this design ID. So that design ID you can get it from the parameter. So here we'll say design ID is equal to use params. Okay, because that's what the file name we gave. So make sure to add that and save it. Now let's try to upload the image. So if I go back, go to the AI, I will click upload image. Let's select any of this image, and once you select, you will get this error called hostname IK ImageKit is not configured. So obviously this hostname we need to configure. So copy that. Let's go to the next.config.js, and similar to this unsplash, I will add this hostname as well, and then save it, and let's test this out. So I will refresh this because we updated the next.config.mjs file. So over here we also forgot one more thing, because on add to canvas we want to add this image. So I will remove that from here. Okay, and I will put this add to canvas inside this method. Okay, so obviously on click of this add to canvas, we want to add onto the canvas. Also make sure to import this fabric image. Okay, and once you add that, I think that's all we needed. Now obviously the image URL is nothing but from our image, okay, because this image URL which we are getting from the image kit, we are saving inside this image state. So make sure to add that and then save it. And once you save this one, don't forget to add this canvas editor hook. So over here I will say constant canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook, okay, because on this canvas editor we want to add our element. Now let's test this out. Let's upload the image. So you can select any image, click open, and then once you open, you will see that image not only get uploaded or select the image, but it also get uploaded to the image kit. That's how fast it is. And obviously now from here you can add the whatever the transformation you want to add. But not only that, but if once it's done, you can simply click on add to canvas, and then boom, it's added to our canvas as well. You can do the resize and everything. But even though if you want to select any of this image, right, you have to make sure that once you select this image, that image also gets selected over here so that you can upload or add the transformation. And on the click of this add to canvas, you also need to remove this image from this particular upload section, okay. So on the click of add to canvas, I will just set this image to empty, okay, because we don't want, or we can just say null. And I think that's all we need for now. Now next important thing, as I told you, that once user click on this user uploaded image which is on the canvas, then we want to show inside this AI. That you can easily implement it, as you know that we already have these settings which is inside the top navigation bar, where we added this callback called selection created, selection clear, and depends on that one you can easily get the selected image element. Now next we want to add this all of this transformation to this particular image. I added this custom image or default image, okay, so that we don't need to change it, and most important, it is uploaded to the image kit only, okay. Now first thing, let's go to this AI transformation setting, and over here we'll define a state called constant. We'll say selected AI comma set selected AI is equal to use state. Now on the click of this any of this transformation, we will need to set it. So here we'll say on click, and we'll set the set selected AI with the option. Once we select the option, we need to pass this selected AI to this custom image upload. So over here we'll say selected AI and selected AI. Go to this custom image upload. Over here we'll say selected AI, okay. Now whenever this selected AI change, we need to update our image. So for that one, I'm going to use an use effect, and we'll execute this use effect whenever the selected AI changes, okay. And over here we'll say if selected AI is true, then we'll simply check if image includes question mark tr is equal to. Now you might have a question why we need it, okay. Let me show you the example. So this is our image, right, and I will open in new tab, and when I want to apply the any transformation, let's say in this example the grayscale, right, we need this question mark tr is equal to tr stand for transform, and then the AI model which you want to use, and click enter, then it will give you this one, right. But if you want to something else, let's say I will give comma, and you want to apply blur to 10, okay, then it will give you the blur effect, see. And so whatever the image AI image effect you want to apply, or AI transformation you want to apply, you just need to add a comma. But very first time we need to add this tr is equal to as well, okay. So that's the reason I will check if that image contain this particular string at the last. If yes, okay, if that is already there, means we already applied the transformation, then you need to just add, let's say constant, or let's add a constant over here, or let's say image URL is equal to the image, because we already have the image, right? That image URL we will save to this one, and then we'll say image URL is equal to image URL plus comma and whatever the transformation we have. In this case, selected AI dot command. Otherwise, if this particular tr is not there, then we will say image URL is equal to image URL plus question mark tr is equal to and then the command. And also we will console it so that you can able to see the actual result. And in the last, we need to set this to the image URL. Sorry, yeah, that's correct. And then save it. So this is how easy it is with the help of ImageKit. No need to make an API call, nothing else. Also, before going forward, I want to tell you that in AI transformation, if you go, here is the pricing section and you will get the free units. Okay, so don't worry. But depends on which transformation you are doing, you need to it will consume some units. For example, let's say you want to do a background remove, it will take 10. If you want to change the background, it will take 60. Drop shadow 1, retouch 5, and so on. Okay, and if you see, there are a lot. Some of them are completely free to use. Okay, so it's up to you which one you want to use. Now obviously for demo purpose you can use the free one as well, and once it is in production then you can just start consuming the actual one. Now let's test this out. So right now we have this image and let's consider that you want to do a grayscale. So just click on it and I think I did not click. So if I click and boom, you see within a second it changed the color to grayscale or black and white. If you want to make it blur, just click on it and now it's blur. Now let's say add to canvas, and then it will transform whatever the image you transform with the help of ImageKit. It will add it to your canvas. How cool. So that's how easy it is, and it's much more advanced than actual Canva application. Let's try some different ones. So what we can do, let me refresh it and we'll try something else. So I will go to the AI and let's try to remove the background. So I will click. Now if I click on background remove, boom, it remove the background as well. So in the same way you can apply the multiple AI effects to the single image and simply then add it to canvas. For example, if you want to add, you can just add it and then you can use it into your canvas. Now it's time to add a text on our canvas. That is one of the most important and interesting part of the Canva application, and we're gonna make this quite simple. Once you click on the text, here we're gonna give three options. One to add a heading, then another option for add a subheading and the paragraph. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and then inside this services we're gonna create a component called text setting.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now make sure inside your option.jsx under the text settings we're gonna attach this component, and we can call it as a text setting. That's what we created, and then save it. Now let's go to the text setting, and inside this text we want to add three types of text. Okay, so let's do this h2 tag. Here we'll say add heading. Then for this one we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 2XL, and we'll also add some padding. We'll add a background to secondary, and we'll make rounded to, let's say, XL, and then save it. If I go back to our application, I will just refresh this screen, and here we have this add heading option. Beautiful. Same thing we are going to do for subheading. So I will just copy this couple of more times. Instead of this heading, we'll say subheading and then simply a paragraph. Now for the subheading, we're gonna make this font medium and then the size to just Excel, and everything I'm gonna keep as it is. And for the paragraph, we'll make this medium. By default it's a medium and we don't want the font bold, so I will remove that one and then save it. And this is how it will look like. Also give some margin. So for this div, we'll add a class name flex. Let's make it flex column and give gap to 5, something like this. Now make this all clickable. Okay, here I will make this to 3 only, and over here we will add on click method for each of them. So on click, we'll say on add text click. Okay, so we'll call this method and here we'll pass, okay, this is the heading, so we'll pass it as a heading and we'll call this method, or we'll create this method with the type, okay, something like this. Same thing I am going to do for the subheading and then for the paragraph. Over here we'll say subheading and here we'll say para. Okay, so three type I created, and that's why we are passing each of these 3 types. Now obviously in order to add it to canvas, we need our canvas editor. So over here we'll say canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook. Okay, and once we have the canvas hook, we'll say if canvas editor is there and if type is equal to heading, then we'll simply say constant text reference is equal to new I text. Now this I text we are importing from the Fabric. Okay, now Fabric provided this I text by as a method, and from that one you can add a text to the canvas similar like a shapes. Okay, now inside the I text you need to provide some default text. We will say add heading as a default text, and then you need to provide the property like font family, font size, font style, font weight, everything. Let's add a font size. Over here I will add a font size similar to this one. So currently I will make this 3XL little bit bigger, and 3XL which is equivalent to 30 pixel. So we'll provide a 30. Then we want to add a font weight, so it is bold. Then we also want to add a font family. Let's add Arial as a default one. Then what else we want? Actually fill color. Okay, so we can make this a black and then save it. Now once you have the text reference, then simply add it to the canvas editor. So over here we say canvas editor dot add text reference, as simple as that. And obviously later on we gonna add some settings so that you can change this text as well. But for now let's save it and let's test this out. Also over here you can give the from left I will say 100 and from top we'll say 100. Okay, so it will start somewhere here. Now let's try to add this heading. Okay, right now the cursor pointer, let's change that one too. So over here for this one we'll say cursor pointer. Okay, and then save it. And now if I go back, you will see the pointer change. If I click add, boom, it's get added. And not only that, obviously all the settings are there, but you have option to update that as well. Right now if I try to delete this one, right, means we don't want this text, it's getting deleted everything. That's because inside our inside our canvas editor we have this delete method, right? So if I go to this one, we have the delete key. So if you are using Mac OS, so on the click of delete, it's also deleting our text. So I will just remove it for now. And now if I click add heading, let's add heading and let's update this one. Oh, still I think I did not update it correctly. Let me refresh this once more time. Now once I refresh and if I see, I can able to change to whatever I want. Cool, right? Not only that, but whatever the setting we have for the shape, that is also applicable to this particular text. Let's consider you wanna change the color. Boom, it is applied because we are applying this fill to the selected object. And text, for text you can also do that. Same thing, you can add the border for this one. See how beautiful. You can change the border size, or even you can change the opacity of this one. Pretty good, right? So all the settings that you are applied for say the shapes, you can apply it to this one as well. And on the click of delete, obviously it's get deleted as well. But for the text, we are going to create all new top navigation bar settings, okay, so that is only applicable to this one. One more thing, if you want to increase size, just you have to increase this one and then you can easily change the size as well. Now let's apply the same thing to this subheading. Okay, so what I will do, I will go back and I will just add on click. Oh, we already have on click, but obviously we need to add this condition. So over here we'll say else if type is equal to subheading, then let me copy everything as it is, but the font size I'm going to keep the large or the XL one, the XL which is around 20 pixel. So let's add 20. Then you can make this font weight, let's say 500, let's make it 400 size. I will make this font family as it is, fill black, and I think everything is good. And last we have else condition for paragraph. So for the paragraph, we'll make the font size to, let's say, 13. Font weight, I will keep it normal. The font fill is black, that's fine, and everything is good. Let's save it and then let's test this out. One more thing, I think we'll also add this cursor pointer Tailwind CSS class to each of this text or a heading and for the paragraph as well. Okay, and if I add paragraph, it's boom, it get added. Okay, if I add subheading, that subheading also get added. Perfect. So that's how, guys, you need to add the text to your canvas. Now in order to add the text setting to the navigation top navigation bar, we want to add similar kind of setting to the like shape setting list. So simply I'm going to create a new object list and we'll call it as a text settings list, and inside that, obviously similar like this one, we want to add a name, icon and component. So I will take this example and we'll paste it here. Now in this case, if you know, we also want the fill color. Okay, so with that I'm going to add the palette, the icon with the palette, and component that we are going to use the existing component which is the fill color. Okay, and then save it. You can even add the border and border width, so I will also copy that one too along with the opacity. So I will copy this all of these three because we want all of these three settings and then save it. Now once you have this text setting list ready, for example, okay, right now obviously we are gonna add more option to this one, but before that let's go to the top navigation bar, and inside this top navigation bar we need to add the text setting list. So over here we'll say text setting list. Now this text setting list we're gonna enable only when the user select the text. So over here we'll say constant enable text settings comma set enable text settings is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now next thing, once user select the object, right now if you see whenever we are checking this, if it's a rectangular for example, then we are going to show the shape setting list, but here we can't change this little bit. Okay, so depends on our selected object. So we have this E and we also have this active object. So let's go and check what we are getting. In meantime, if you see we got an error text setting list. So let's go to this text setting list first and let's see what is the issue. Oh, so actually we need to import the component called text. I think we did not have this component ready, right, for the settings actually. So what we can do inside these components, or maybe it's a shareable, let's make it inside the component. We're gonna call text settings for navbar, okay, and JSX. Let's add a default template to this one and then use this component over here. Text setting navbar, okay, and save it. Obviously depends on if it's enabled, then only want to show. So I will add that condition like this. Now before that, let's update this particular logic. Now if I go back and let's go to the inspect panel, inside the console, let's add some element, okay. Now if I select the element, and also I will add the text as well, and I will go to the console. Now if I select this heading right over here inside this active object, you will see a property called text. So if I go down, you will see this text. Now but this property you will not find when you select the shape. Now whenever the property text is enabled, then we're gonna show this particular enable text setting, okay. So simply over here we'll say if active object, and I think that's correct, right? I will just make sure, yeah, active object on line 22, yeah, if active object dot text, if it's there, so over here we'll say dot text, then we're gonna simply enable or set enable text setting to true, and when we unselect it, obviously we'll make this as a false, okay. But in case of this particular, if I select this one, right, for example the shape is little different. So for shape we don't have the text property C, okay. In that case you can enable this one. So over here, if it's not a text, then we can enable this property called enable shapes. So over here I will paste this. Oops, sorry, let's active object dot text. If it's not there, then we can show the shape setting, and let's test this out. So if I add a heading, right, let me refresh this once. Let's add a text, sorry, shape. If I click shape, now shape is enabled. Let's add a heading. If I add a heading, then you will see the text setting navigation bar. It means it's working perfectly fine. Also when you switch it, right, it's not changing our events. So basically you need to update this somewhere. So what we can do, we can, whenever there is a text setting enable, we'll make sure to disable the shape setting, and when the shape setting enable, we'll disable the text setting. And in that case, if I add a heading and then shape, now you'll see it switch automatically. Oh, still not switching. Let me refresh this once. Okay, so for this one, I think we also need to add one more option similar like this selection cleared. So we have one more callback we can call selection updated, okay. And in this case let's try to copy paste both of these and let's see. Now if I save it, let's go back and let's refresh it, and also make sure you will define this active object, otherwise you will get an error, okay, and then save it. And now if I want to test, if I see, now it's updating, perfect. So that's how you need to do it. Now let's add these navigation bar options. So I will go to this text setting navigation bar. Inside that, similar like the shapes, I will just go to the shape settings. I'm gonna copy everything as it is, the complete div, and we'll import to this text setting. but only things that we need to take, instead of shape setting, we'll change this to text setting. So text setting list, and then save it. Make sure to import this popover as well. So I will copy this popover examples and we'll paste it here. Oh, not in this component, the setting navigation bar component. Okay, and save it, and let's test this out. And also we forgot to add this on delete for the trash. So from the setting I will copy this on delete example and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this use canvas hook, the use state, and what else we need it. I think that's all we need it. Let's save this one and let's test this out. And once you add the heading, if I select, you will see some basic options. Okay, obviously border, the border radius, border width, and opacity as well. And if you want to delete, you can have option to delete it as well. But along with that one, we need a font size change, font family, styles like bold, italic, right, underline, all of these options now we are going to add. Now I will close this for now, and let's create a new component for the font family. So for that one, I will go to the shareable. We'll add a font family dot JSX. We'll add a default template and then save it. Inside this font family, we need the list of fonts, right? So either you can simply add it to our option.jsx. Here we'll say export constant font family list, and just it's a string. So here we'll say Arial, then we want Arial black. Okay, so you can get it from anywhere. Here we have Vertana, then Tahoma, and all of this. Okay, I will just pause and I will add all of them, and here we go. So I added all the family font family list. Just iterate those. So over here we'll add a font family. So over here font family list dot map font comma index and the arrow function. Over here I'm gonna h2 tag, and then we're gonna add that each of the font. Over here we'll say key as an index. Inside the class name we'll say text larger. We'll also add some padding, and we'll add background secondary. We'll make rounded to, let's say, large. Okay, and let's save this one and let's see how it looks. Now obviously once you add this font family, inside our text settings option we're gonna add a new option. Okay, and over here this need to be a font family, but let's add a component called font family. Something like this. Okay, over here we'll say font. For the icon, let's find some lucid icon for the font. So we have some of the icons. Okay, but let's select this one. I think that's the better one, I feel, or maybe book type. So I will select this book type icon. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to this one and let's add a text. Oh, I think this did not refresh. Let's refresh this screen, and then you will see all the font list, but the list is quite big, right? So for this font family you can add a height. Let's say add height of 300 pixel, maybe let's make it 200, and here we'll say overflow auto. Okay, for the scroll. For each of this font we'll add a margin bottom, let's say 2, so some space between those, and then save it. So something like this, and you have option to scroll. But what if you give the font family so that you can see what kind of font it look like, right? So simply I'm going to add a style, and then we'll add a font family, and then we'll simply say, or we'll attach that font to that each of the particular text. Okay, so that you can see, boom, see. So you can see Comic Sans, Impact and many other. Beautiful, right? Another important thing, on the click of this, we want to attach that font to the selected object. So for that one, you can go to this any of this option, like let's go opacity, right? Copy this implementation as it is and import inside the font family. Make sure to import this Canva. Over here we'll say on font family change. Obviously we want to apply that particular font. Make sure to add on click event and we'll pass the font which you want to apply. Now over here, instead of opacity, over here we'll say font family with an value, as simple as it is. Perfect, right? And then save it. Let's test this out. So if I go over here, I will add a heading, right? And then if I go to this font family and if I select any of these, let's select this one, boom. So if I select career new, boom, how cool. And within a few line of code, we have this beautiful font family option ready. After this, next step, we want to add whether it's a bold or heading, that particular options. So for the styling, I'm going to create a separate component in the shareable, and here we'll say font style.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it, but it's little bit different. Now this particular font style, just add it just before the trash and it will little bit look different. That's because I'm going to use a Shadcn toggle which help us to add the toggle functionality, okay, and it's quite easy. So first make sure to import this toggle and then copy this import statement. Then you have to copy this toggle as well and then you can simply paste it here, okay. Over here I'm going to update the size to large. Same thing, I will copy this toggle one more time for the, let's say, italic, and one for the underline, okay, and then save it. And over here you will see these three options, okay, bold, italic and underline. Now if I select the bold, it will always show bold. If I select italic, it will show italic, and for underline we have the underline. But obviously this property we did not connect it yet to the text. So simply over here I will add a constant, and over here we'll say on setting click, I will say just simply here we'll say type and the arrow function. Now obviously we also want the active object and this canvas hook. I will just copy it, make sure to import that, and we want this active object one. I will also copy that one too and we'll paste it here. Over here we'll add an option called if active object, and then here we'll say if type is equal to bold, then we just want to add active object dot set, and inside that we'll say a font weight as bold, okay. Then another condition, here we'll say italic and underline. Now for the italic we have the font style. Over here we'll say italic, and for underline we have an option called underline as true, okay, and then save it. I think what we need one more option, okay. Okay, this need to be an arrow function, I forgot that, okay, and I will remove this curly braces. Perfect. Also we have to make sure if user unselected, we want to remove it, right? So that is very easy. Once we select from the active object, we already have the property called font style, font weight and everything, okay. If user click on bold again and again, it means if it's already there, we will remove it. If it's not, then we'll attach it. As simple as that. So let's go to this one, and over here we'll add a condition. If active object dot font weight is equal to bold, then we'll say nothing, and then otherwise we'll say bold. Okay, and let me show you the quick demo of this one, but make sure to connect this on setting click first. So over here we'll say on click, over here we'll say bold. Okay, same thing for the italic as well, and over here for the underline, and then save it. I think here we need to change to this italic, and here we change this to underline, and save. And also once you set it, don't forget to I think, I don't know, yeah, we need to add that, right? So once we set, here we'll say canvas editor dot add, and then active object, and then save it. And if you see, if I click bold, unbold, it's working perfect, right? But it's little different because right now if I unselect it, it's showing bold. If I unselect it, it's showing bold, and if select it, it's showing not bold. That's because we need to make sure that this particular toggle is selected. Okay, so over here for this toggle we also can pass default press. Okay, and this we can calculate depends on this active object. So either you can define this active object somewhere like this, okay, and from that one I hopefully you can get that. Let's try it. So over here we'll say font weight is equal to bold. If it's true, then it press already. Okay, let's save it and let's take this out. So I will just refresh this once, and if you see, if I select it, it will automatically show the default one as bold, but if I unselect it, you will see it's unselected. Okay, same thing we have to do for italic and underline. So I will copy this default press, and here as well. Over here we'll say font style, and here we'll say just an underline. Make sure to change this one as well. Okay, italic, and if it's underline, then it will show the underline as. And here if I added the italic, you will see italic. If I unadded, okay, so if you see, I don't know why italic is not unselected. Okay, so maybe that's because we need to add that condition over here, because it's not getting unselected, right? So similar like this one, we have to check, and then we have to unselect it. If it is equal to italic, then make it null, otherwise get italic. Same thing, if it is underline, then we'll make it false, otherwise make it true. Okay, so we have to add those condition, and then it will work like a charm. Let's refresh it and let's test this out again. So I will go to the text, add any text. I will, by default it's bold, see, and that's why it's getting selected. But if I unselect it, it will unselected. If I add italic, you can. If I remove it, oh, we have the error, but we will fix it. And for underline, something is wrong. That's good. So let's see what is different services or fields when you select it. Okay, so if I go to the console, and if I select this, we have an option over here, search for the font style. So you will find that at the top over here we have this font style. Okay, so make sure that one, and for underline we have this underline. It's supposed to work because that's what we gave. So font style, which is italic, and over here I think we need to give it as a normal. Okay, and then it will work. Let's save it and let's test this out. And now if you see, I'm able to add the italic, non-italic, underline, not underline. Okay, so make sure to give the correct value. You cannot put the just like a null. Okay, over here I will also make it normal, so that will be good instead of bold. Perfect. You have option to change the font as well, and everything will change automatically. Okay, and you can also show that selection, which one is the correct one, which is not. Everything you can do it. Okay, you can obviously put the default option. It's up to you how you want to present. So that's all for these settings. Obviously you can add more setting, depends on your requirement, but this is the basic setting. You need it for any text. So I added one new feature called stickers inside the shapes setting, and where you can easily add any kind of shape. Just click on it and it will get added to your canvas. Along with that one, it's very easy to add all the stickers. So inside this option.jsx, I added a new object list called just an array list called sticker list. And if you see from the flaticon.com, I just added the image URL of all of these stickers. Okay, you can actually save that in a local and then refer it here, but rather I prefer to use the URL directly. Okay, and then you will just need to display this list. I will put this in the source code so that you can easily access it. And then whichever sticker you want, you can just add it. You can apply whatever the style you want to apply, just like that. Okay, now next thing we want to implement is to save our design to database. So whenever you come to this particular design or open from your dashboard, it will load automatically, right? Obviously you don't need to create everything from the scratch. So for that one, we have a couple of steps that we need to follow. Now in order to save design, we need to first convert the canvas which is we implemented from the Fabric.js to a JSON, and which is quite easy. Once we convert it to a JSON, we need to save it to our database. And for that one, there are two ways that you can do it. Either you can add a save button, or you can do auto save as well. But in order to avoid a multiple call to the database, I will add a save button over here. And then once we save it, you can even load it your design to a JSON directly. So obviously whenever you load this page, we'll load this JSON to the Fabric.js, and then it automatically comes on the canvas. Okay, so it's very straightforward. But first thing first, let's convert to a JSON and then save it to a database. As you know that we already have the table called designs, and inside these designs we already have the column called JSON template, and in that one we want to save it. So let's go back and first we'll convert it. So inside our app header, so I will go to the application routes. Inside the design components, we have this design header. See, inside the design header, I will add a div so that we can add a button. Okay, and here we'll simply say save. Over here I will add a save icon as well, and then save it. Over here we'll add a class name flex gap of 5 and then save. And if I go back, let me refresh the screen once, and here we go, we have this save button over here. Okay, now on the click of that, obviously we want to save it. So inside this design header only, I'm going to create a new method called onSave, and this onSave I'm going to attach to this button. Okay, now whenever you just click on save, we need to get the JSON from our canvas editor. So here we'll say canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook. Okay, and from the canvas hook, first we'll check if the canvas editor is ready. Okay, and then we'll simply say constant JSON design is equal to editor, the canvas editor dot to JSON. Now this method is given by the Fabric only, and simply with this you can able to see the JSON. Let me print this out first so that you can see how it looks. Okay, Now let's go back, and inside the inspect panel I will open the console, and let's add any element. Let's add this one. You can add any sticker as well, and then I will click save. As soon as you click save, you will see the response in the console. Make sure every step to check, okay? Just don't implement directly. Now inside the console you will see the background, and there are two objects. Obviously there are two, one is the shape and one is the image, and that's where you will see all of this information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can get the JSON. Now once you have the JSON, it's time to save it to our template, into our database. So for that one, let's go to the Convex. So I will go to the Convex and designs, and here I'm going to write a new function called save template. So over here we'll say constant save design is equal to mutation, because it's update, and it will take two important parameter. One is the ID. Obviously this is the designs ID, so I will get this designs, and other is the JSON. Okay, so JSON design I will say, and which is of type any, and after this I will add an handler. So okay, so over here obviously we forgot to add inside the arguments, because these are the arguments, and then we'll add a handler. Okay, once you define this one, here just simply write constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch. Now this patch will update your record, and now inside the ID you need to provide the arguments dot id, which record you want to update, and the field which you want to update. So in this case I will say JSON template with the arguments dot JSON design. As simple as it is. Pretty cool, right? And once you save it, obviously if you want to return the result, you can just return the result as well and save. Now go to the design header, and inside that let's define the mutation. So over here we'll say save design is equal to use mutation, and then API dot designs dot save design. Now over here we'll say save design, and inside the save design you need to pass the ID. Now ID is nothing but this particular ID which belong to the design ID, right? So you can get that directly from constant design ID is equal to use params, okay, and then just use that over here. And after this we also want the JSON data, so over here we'll say JSON design as JSON design, and then save it. Over here I will say use to save design in JSON format in database. And once it's saved, right, you can just add a constant result is equal to await, okay, and I will make this as async. Over here if you want to console the result, you can even console the result, and then we'll show the toast message saying saved, and save it. Okay, let's test this out. Let's consider you want to add this one. I will go to the background. We can add some background, some image if you want, whatever you want to do, okay, and simply click save. So right now I don't know what happened, but something mismatch. Okay, it's supposed to save, but it did not save, I feel. Let's go to database, and okay, it looked like it's saved. And if you see in so JSON template, we have all the data. That's good, right? Only thing we need to make sure it is refreshing our data. Okay, if you add something and click save, it's gone. I don't know why. So let's see and check the issue. But the main important thing, it's saving the JSON to our database. Now to fix this issue, it is happening because our canvas is updating and getting this latest data, and that's why the canvas is loading every time. Okay, now there are a couple of ways that we can solve it. First, from our design editor page, we can remove this query. Okay, so it will not call every time, and then we can use the canvas for that. Other thing that inside this canvas editor, as soon as we get the data, because once we export the JSON, we also want to load the JSON to the canvas, so that also we can do it, and let's try that out. So inside this canvas editor we have this use effect, and then over here once we initialize the canvas, right, over here we also load that canvas information. So over here I will say init canvas dot load from JSON, and over here we already have JSON inside this design info dot, and if you see the column name called JSON template, so we'll say JSON template. Okay, and then I will write arrow function, and here we'll also add initialize canvas render all. Okay, so this is how you can also render. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will reload. Now whenever we save, we are getting this canvas blank. That's because inside our canvas page editor, right, we are let me go to this canvas page, so sorry, the design page. Here we are fetching the latest information from our database for that particular record, right, with the help of this canvas use query. So that's the reason every time we are getting new data. So once we have the design info, right, and inside that we have the JSON template, make sure to load it. So go to the canvas editor, and inside this init canvas, I'm going to simply load it. So over here we'll add a condition if design info dot JSON template, if it's present and it's not null, it means we need to load the data, right? So simply over here we'll say init canvas dot load from JSON. Over here we need to pass JSON info dot JSON template and the arrow function. Over here now we need to render it, but in this case make sure to request render all, okay, instead of just render all, and then save it. Now let's test this out. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, you will see we got the default design which is we already saved, right? Now if let's consider I added this background and then click save, right, nothing will happen. But if I refresh it now, obviously we are getting our data back. It means whenever we save, now we are not having issue to is getting blank, right? Also I think I forgot to add a toast message. So over here, okay, I think I commented that out, but let's make sure to add toast message. So whenever I click save, you will see it's saying saved. So that's how you need to use the save and load functionality. Now whenever you refresh, even though you refresh the screen, but with this design ID, it will load your previous design as well. Now there is another option. Instead of this click on this save button, right, you can also have option to do the auto save, right? So whenever you make some changes, make sure to save it automatically. That also you can do it, but just to save our API call, right? Because over here you will see that we made a lot of API call. Just to avoid that one, I added this save button. So but it's up to you how you want to implement. Now it's time to export this so that we can save this image into form of PNG file. And here we're gonna add an option on the right hand side. So let's go to the design header, and over here along with this button I'm going to add one more button, and we'll say export. Over here I will add download button option, and we'll the download button icon, and then we'll say export. Now to this one I'm going to add on click method, and over here we'll say export. Now we'll say on export, and we will create this particular method called on export. Now in order to export is again very straightforward. We will generate the data URL from the canvas editor. So over here we'll say canvas editor dot to data URL, and inside this you need to provide the format. So we'll say a PNG format and the quality. Okay, so quality 1 means high quality, and you can also decrease the quality by between giving the number from 0 to 1. Now once you have the data URL, we'll need to download it. So here we'll say constant link document dot create element with the tag anchor tag. Okay, so this is the anchor tag we are creating on the DOM element. Over here we'll say link dot hrefs is equal to data URL, and then after this we'll say link dot download is equal to, and then you need to give the file name. So over here we'll say Canva clone image exp. I will just need to add Canva clone design dot png, something like this. Okay, and then we can just say click that particular link and then save it. Now let's test this out. Now I will just make sure to export this one. We have this export button as well. If you want, you can change the color to the some other color. Okay, now if I click export, you will see we got an error. Let's see and check what is the issue. So inside the console you will see this option called fail to execute to data URL and HTML canvas element tainted canvas may not exported. Now that is because we added these images from the URL, right? But even though if you load the file, because we are any third-party URL, if you are added to the canvas, it will not export it. Okay, but let me show you. Let me delete this and let me export this, and boom, see, and if I click open, you will see this file. It means it get exported. But the question is how now, and how to fix it. Now for that one, whenever you add images to your canvas, you have to add a cross origin to anonymous. Okay, and let me show you how to do it. So I will just search over here, and we can call it as a just search like fabric image, and wherever we use fabric image, right, over here we need to say comma cross origin to anonymous. Okay, and same thing I am going to do everywhere wherever we use this canvas image. Okay, then over here as well, and the last when we upload the image as well. Okay, so at all of this place, make sure to add this cross origin anonymous, and let me try this out now. Okay, so I will delete this first, and I will just refresh this again. Let me, and let's delete this stickers. Okay, now let's add an image. So we'll add this image. Over here we also add some stickers. Okay, and if you want, you can save this one, and let's export this, and boom, if you see, it's get exported. And when we export it, I just changed this zoom, but over here if you see, we caught the image and everything properly. Okay, now once we click save this particular template, we have to make sure to save the preview of this particular image, and that is very important because on our workspace we want to show the thumbnail of your design, right? And once you click on, then you can jump on, similar like a Canva. Also we're gonna learn how can we save the template. So both the things that we are going to implement in this particular chapter. So first thing, we need to save the preview image, and for that one, when you click save, right, we need to convert that image to the URL, and then we're gonna save it. And for that one, I'm going to use the ImageKit, and in that one we're gonna save it. So simply you can copy the ImageKit code, so we already have, so I will just get it from with the existing implementation. Okay, so first we need to initialize that. So inside a design header only, I am going to add this. Make sure to import this ImageKit, and then this is the simplest way that you can define. on the save. So maybe after this, or maybe inside this one we can add it. Okay, so inside that we have this image kit, and over here instead of file we need this data URL, and inside the data URL it's actually a base 64 image. Okay, so I will also copy that and I will paste it here, and from this data URL I will call it as a image base 64 image. Let's say base 64 image. Okay, and that image I'm going to pass it as a file. Over here I will say use unique file name to false. Okay, so it will use the same name every time and it will not create a duplicate record. Okay, once you have this image reference, you can even console this image reference, something like this, and this image reference we want to save it. So basically we have this canvas editor, right? Let me put this, we can just cut everything from here and I will paste after this one. Okay, because once we have the image reference we also want to save it, but before that let's see whether we are getting this image reference or not. So let me reload this page, and inside the console when we click export, when we click save, we'll see we got something at least. And if you see, we have got this URL. If I open this URL in a new tab and click enter, you will see the image is get saved, and that's what we want. Okay, and if you see, the image has our id with .png, and every time when you save it with some changes, let me show you the quick example. For example, if we add some dark background, something like this, okay, and click save, it will also save it to your ImageKit as well. And if I open this image now, you will see with that particular change. Okay, so that's how you need to save it. Also, I added these two method, one to get the list of all the files, and we are deleting the previous one and then we are adding the new one. Okay, so that also you can do that. And when we are saving, we don't want a high quality, so you can just change this quality, okay, with a low quality. And then we have the list, we have the delete functionality, and then we are actually uploading it. Once you upload, once you have this image reference, which is the and from this image reference obviously you can get the actual URL. This URL we want to save to our database. So inside this save design, I'm going to create I'm going to add a new method. So let's go to this design inside the Convex. So let's go directly to these files, and inside the Convex we have this design. Also accept the image preview. Okay, I will put this as an optional field, and which is of type string, and then we can simply add that one. So over here we'll say image preview arguments dot image preview. Okay, something like this, and then save it. Over here make sure to pass this image preview as the image reference dot URL. So this image reference obviously which is contain the ImageKit URL. Okay, and save it, and let's test this out. So I will reload this once, and let's change this background to white, and then click save. Once you save it, obviously we'll get this toast message, and if I go to our database, you will see now we have this image preview. Perfect. Let's copy this and let's try to run over here and click enter, and boom, you got this image preview. Obviously this is a low quality, okay, so that's the reason it might be you might see this low quality, but whenever you save, now this image preview we're gonna save it. Now moving to the next chapter, which is the template section, where we're gonna learn how to save the templates. Until this point you understand a lot of features about the Fabric.js, and if you come to this point you will also learn how easy that we can add the template. And the simplest way that you need to design this first, something like this which I already created, and you already saved this one as well, right? So if I go over here, this is your image preview and this is your JSON template, and this is nothing but our pre-existing template. Only thing that we need to save in a different table. So what I will do, I will go to the Convex schema and I will add a new table to save the templates. Now these templates are only admin can do it, means you or developer can do it. Okay, so let's add a templates. Okay, so over here we'll say define table, and inside this we can give the name of the template, which is of type string. Then you don't need to give width and height, but just give the image preview, which is of type string. Then JSON data I will say, okay, again which is type any, and active, whether it's active or not. So I can type is of type boolean. Okay, so these some of the fields I added, and if you want to add more you can add it. Okay, let's save it and you will see the templates table get added to our database. Now what you need to do, you don't need to write any method or function, right? Just add a document over here. So I will make this true. Inside the image preview, I will copy this existing one. Okay, so let me open this in a new tab, and from the design I will copy this image preview as it is and I will paste it here. And for the JSON as well, I will copy this complete template and I will paste it over here, something like this, and name will say business insta post, and then save it. Once you save it, you will see the JSON data, image preview and everything, and this is your template is ready. Now we need to show it, right? So what we can do, we will create a component. Okay, and inside this component we'll say templates list, we can say, or .jsx. Okay, let's add a default template and then save it. Now inside the template list, first you need to fetch all the templates. So for that one you need to write the convex function. So let's go to the convex, and inside that I will add a templates.js file. Inside this we'll say export constant get all templates. Inside this we'll say query, because we want to just fetch it, then pass the arguments if you have any. Okay, if you don't, just keep it empty. Inside the handler we'll say async ctx db and the arrow function. So this need to be an arguments. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query on which table, so templates dot collect, because we want everything, and then simply return the result. So inside the return we'll say result and then save it. As simple as it is, right? Now inside the template list we'll define this mutation. We'll say template list is equal to use query api dot templates dot get all templates, and now you have the all the template list. Let's console it first and we'll see whether we are getting or not. So, and also make sure this template list you need to attach to inside our options canvas size, inside our workspace menu, right? Not workspace, but inside our sidebar menu. So over here we have the template. Let's attach this component and we'll simply call template list and save it. Now let's go back to our application. If I click on template, okay, let me refresh this, and obviously we are not showing, right? We are just consoling right now. So inside the console we have this template list on line 8, and boom, we have one template with all of this information. Pretty cool, right? Now with the help of image preview we just want to display, but before that inside the template list just iterate that. So over here I will add a div Inside that we'll add a template list dot map, we'll say template comma index and the arrow function. As this is just an image, so we'll add image source. Inside this we'll say template dot image preview, and I'll tag I will give the name as a template dot name. Okay, also for this one we need to add a width. Let's add a width of 500, height to 500, but make sure to add a class name. Here we'll make width to be full, height will give 150 pixel, and we'll make a rounded to large, and object content. Okay, and then save it. And if I go back over here inside the template list, it will display it. And here we go, we have our first template. Now obviously once user click it, we're gonna import that, but before that let's style this little bit. We want to show two template in one row. So over here we'll say class name grid column 2. We'll also give gap to, let's say, 5, and let's save this one. If you want to add a background, let's add some background secondary. So over here we'll add a background secondary, something like this. See? Okay, perfect. So that's how you need to add it, guys. Now I will pause the video and I will add few more templates and I will show you all of them. Now I also created the second template. Okay, and if you see, it's showing inside our template list as well. Now if I go back to our workspace page and click on any of this option, let's say Instagram post. Right now it's blank, but what if you want to import any template from the existing one? On the click of it, we want to make sure to add this template so that you can edit it. So for that one, let me close all of this tab for now and then go to our template list. Inside here, get the canvas editor. So over here we'll say canvas editor is equal to use canvas hook, and then we'll create a method called constant on template select. It will pass a template object and the arrow function. Now this particular method we need to attach to on click of this particular template. So over here we'll say on template select and pass this template. I will also make the cursor pointer. I will add that class and then save it. Now over here we'll check if the canvas editor is ready. Okay, then we'll simply load it from the JSON. Now you already know how to do it. So if I go to our canvas editor, we already have this particular method called load from JSON. Okay, so same thing I'm going to copy, but over here we need to initialize through this canvas editor, and from the template obviously I'm going to get the JSON, because inside our template we have this JSON data. So make sure to give the field name as a JSON data, and once it's done it will get added automatically. Okay, oh, so this one need to be imported over here. I think we missed this. Okay, the arrow function, and save it. Now let's test this out. Now here right now if you see our canvas is black and you have two templates to pick. If I select this template, boom, it get added immediately with the same way that I showed you before, where you have option to edit this template, you can change it, and on the click of save it will now save to your new record. So okay, so let's go to the design and you will see this third one. Okay, and that's how you can import the template very easily. If you have any question, any doubt importing the templates, let me know in the comment section. You can ask the question on my Discord channel as well. Now on the workspace page, similar like a Canva, we want to show all the user created designs on this particular page. Also we already have the templates. That template we are going to show on the template section, and inside the project we're going to use the existing component. But on this particular home page we are going to show the user created designs. So for that one, let's go back to our Convex folder, and inside the design we need to write a function to get all the designs by user ID. So let's go to the Convex, and inside the designs, right now we have this create new design, get design by ID, and then save design. Over here we write new function called get user designs. Over here this need to be a query. Inside the query we will need an argument which is the ID. So over here we'll say ID v ID, and the type is users. Then add a handler with async and arguments arrow function. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query. Now provide the table name from which you want to fetch it, so that is designs, and then you need to pass a filter option. If you remember, we already have the column called user ID who created this particular design. So through the user ID we need to fetch it. So over here we'll say q dot fill, sorry, I think q dot equal to, and inside that we need to write q dot fill on which field. So in this case we have to write user ID, and then we need to pass arguments dot uid. So we are basically checking whether this user ID and argument user ID is correct or not. I will just replace this with a uid, okay, and then once we have to say collect to select all the record, and in the return we'll say result, and this is how you need to fetch it. Now let's save this one and simply go to the workspace. Under the component we have this recent design. Over here we need to define the query. So over here I will use the convex using this use convex hook, okay, and then we'll write a method called get recent designs and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say result is equal to await. Now we want to fetch it, right? So through the convex we'll have to write convex dot query and then give the API name. So API dot designs dot get user, oh not this one, get user design. So I think I wrongly renamed, so here we'll say get user designs, okay. So make sure it's a get user designs only, and then in the arguments we need to pass the user ID, right? Now this user ID we can get it from the user detail, where we have this use context user detail context, and from the user detail I will say underscore ID, from which we will get the current user ID, and then we will write inside the console with the result. So over here give dot ID, and then we'll just console it. Obviously this method we need to call, so over here we'll say inside the use effect. Now whenever the user detail is available we're gonna call this method. So over here we'll say user detail, then only call this get recent design, and then inside this set design list we'll save the result dot data and then save it. Now let's go back over here, go to the inspect panel. I will refresh the screen once, and inside the console you will see that we'll get all the designs which is belong to that particular user. And if you see, we got these 4 design, right? Right now we have an error, we will fix that in a moment, but right now if you see we have these 4 designs, okay. Now inside the design list, so over here we'll say design list dot length. I think that's the reason we have an error, so we'll see now whether we have an error or not, and I think we are good. But right now if you see, this empty state is now gone, okay, because right now we are just have the null. So over here I'm going to create a new let's create over here, let's add it. So inside this div we'll just iterate that design list dot map. Here we'll say design comma index and the arrow function. We'll add a div Over here we'll say a image, and then provide the source. Inside this image, oh sorry, we have this design dot, I think it's an image preview we want to show. Okay, so we'll say image preview. In alt tag we'll give design dot name. Over here provide the key as an index, then we'll give width, let's say 300, height to 300. In the class name we'll give width to full, then height to, let's say let's make it 200 pixel. We'll say object contain rounded corner, and then over here we'll add a class name background secondary with a rounded corner as large. And for this div I'm going to add a class name. I will make it grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On medium screen we'll make column 3, on large we'll make column 4, and extra large we'll make grid column 5. Okay, also we'll give gap to, let's say 5, and then save it. And here we go. Make sure it's just a result, okay, and not data, because we are not fetching from the Axios, we are fetching from the Convex. So make sure to pass it result, and then you will find the result. Beautiful, right? Just we'll add some styling to this one. So over here I will add margin top to 5, and then on the click of this particular div we want to navigate. So over here we'll say on click, and then we just want to navigate. So you can define the router, and once you define the router, just navigate it. So here we'll say router dot push slash design slash and the ID. Right now this ID obviously nothing but we can get it from the design dot underscore ID. Okay, and also we will add a cursor pointer and save it. Now if I click on any of them, it will navigate to that particular design, and then you can again start editing. See how cool, right? Now this is the actual design I've made it, so I can able to edit it. Now same thing you can add it inside your projects folder as well, right? Create a new page called project, and in that you don't need to add this one, just you can use the recent design and one header like this. Same thing inside the template, you need to just show the template, which you can fetch it or you are already fetching from the templates. So in order to display these projects, right, let's go to the workspace. Inside this we already have one called page, then we have the design. Inside the workspace only I'm going to get a new route called projects. Let's add page.jsx and add default template. Over here we'll say projects and then save it. Then we will add the workspace header, not workspace header but the intro option, something like this. I will copy everything as it is. I think we don't want this intro option. I will just go to this intro option for once. Let's go to this intro option and let's see what we have. So we just want this top div. I will copy that and I will paste it here. Make sure to import this image tag, and I think that's all we needed. Now over here we'll say projects. Okay, now inside recent design, make sure to import this component and then save it, and make sure to attach. So I will go to this sidebar of workspace, and inside this workspace menu we have this workspace / project. That's good. So I think we don't need to make any change over here. Let's go to the projects, and here we go. Here you will find only your project, and you can obviously open any of your projects. Okay, and this is nothing but this project tab. Now same thing we have to update for the templates. Now for the templates we are going to show the same structure, but where you can explore the templates and you can import it. Now it's time to display the templates, and when user click on any of the templates, we have to make sure to create a new record inside our design table, and then we have to import that JSON template into that. Pretty good, right? Or pretty understandable, right? So let's do that. First we'll create a new route. So inside the workspace, we'll add a new route called templates. We'll add page.jsx. Let's add a default template and we'll say templates, and then save it. Now over here, similar like the project, I'm going to copy everything as it is for now, and let's go to the templates. I will paste it here. I don't want this recent design, so I will remove it, and from the image I will import this image tag. Okay, now I will create under this workspace components only. I'm going to add a templates list or template list pre-template. I will say pre-template list dot jsx, and let's add default template. Now this template list I'm going to import over here, and then save it. Okay, now let's go to this template list, and first thing you need to get all the templates. Okay, so we'll say constant template list is equal to use query, because we already have API dot templates dot get all templates. Now once you have the template list, you need to just iterate it. I will use this recent design options, okay, because I want this similar kind of structure. So I will just copy that, and inside my templates I will paste it here. Just I will use this template list instead of design list, and here you can keep the design, doesn't matter. Over here on the click, obviously I want to make a method call. We'll say on template select. Okay, so this method we go implement, which will take a template information and the arrow function. Now on this particular one, I'm going to connect over here, and then from this image, we already have this image preview. I will just make sure the name is correct. That is okay. I think we are good on this part. Let's save it and let's test this out. Just I will also make sure inside the option we are connected to the templates only, and then let's go over here. Now we'll go to the route called templates, click enter. So over here it asking me to use client, because we use the hooks and all. So at the top I will use client, because we use this query right from the Convex. So we need to put it in the client side, and boom, if you see we have the 3 templates, and these 3 templates is showing perfect. Now on the click of it, first we need to save to design table with user ID. Okay, so that we need to do it. So if I go to this create design, okay, let's go to the design inside the Convex, and where we have this create new design, right? Here we are accepting name, width, height, and all of this parameter. Or you can create a new design, so here you can have option to do that, or another option, let's create from template. So here I will write a function called constant create design from template is equal to mutation, and inside that I will take an argument. So inside the arguments we'll get the name of the template, okay, which is of type string. Then we want image preview, so that is also of type string. Then most important, if you see inside the design, we need a JSON template, which is type any, okay. And what else we need it? So for width and height you can put the default value, and that's all we needed. And the most important, okay, obviously the user ID. So the user ID information. Then let's add a handler async ctx comma arguments, and the arrow function over here will say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert. Then you need to provide the table name and the fields which you want to add. For the name, we'll add arguments dot name. For user ID, which is again argument dot user ID. For a height, I will say 500. Width, I will again say 500. For image preview, that we will get it from the arguments dot image preview. And then JSON template, again arguments dot JSON template. Okay, so these are the parameters I'm going to add. So once we have the result, obviously we need to return this. Obviously in this result we'll get the ID of inserted record, which is very important for us. Now once you write this create design from template method, let's go to the pre-template and define this mutation first. So we'll say constant create new design from template is equal to use mutation and provide the API. Okay, so this is nothing but created from template. Now inside that we'll say constant result, or we'll say just ID is equal to await create new design from template, and then inside that we need to provide all of these parameters. For the image preview, we can get it from the template dot image preview. Then we have the JSON template, which we can get it from the template dot JSON data. Then the name again from the template dot name, and the last user ID. This user ID we can get it from the hook. So from the user detail is equal to use context and then user detail context, and here we'll say user detail underscore ID. Okay, let's mark this as async. Now once you have the ID, just console that one, but we have also want to make sure to navigate it. So over here we'll say we'll add a router, and then we'll say router dot push. We need to push it to the design slash and the ID. Okay, so whatever the ID we are getting, that ID to that ID we need to redirect it. I think that's all we needed. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go back to our application and make sure you are on the template page. Okay, and when I select the any template, it will create a new record as well. So if I click this particular template and boom, it's navigate to that particular page. But right now it's showing 50-50, 500 by 500, because if I go to the design, we gave the width as 500, and that's the reason it's showing 500. Okay, it's not taking the canvas width actually. So if you see, it's not taking that one. So to fix it, right, let me open any canvas, and I think we need to get the width and height from the canvas. Now to fix this issue, we also need to provide the width and height inside the template, and from that width and height we can then pass to and save it to our design table as well. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to the Convex schema, and inside these templates we'll also define a width. Okay, and now I will put an optional for here. So we'll say width of type number, and then height of type number. Okay, and then save it. And obviously if you see, we have the width and height over here. Now you can pass a width, for example here 500, this one is also 500, and this one I think it's a 700. And for the height, is that something 360, I'm not exact sure, but let's 500 for this one, 500 for this one. Perfect. And let's go back to our pre-template list, and now to this one we'll pass a width as well. So that one we can get it from the template dot width and then height as well. So obviously inside our design we need to accept width and height. So over here we'll say width v of type number and then height, and instead of this hard coding this value we'll provide as a width, and here as well we'll provide as a height and then save it. And now from the next time, now we have width and height, and on the click of it, it will give the specific width and height. If I open this one and boom, say, now we have complete template, and this is not just a template, but it also created new record, and then it automatically save it to your as a project as well. Now if I go to my projects, so let's go to this projects, you will see multiple project created, and that's why it's showing the same with the multiple one. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. Now this is the time to deploy our application on the cloud as we finish all the development, but obviously you can add more feature to your Canva clone application and make this one of the best application, and you can convert this into SaaS as well. But now in this chapter we are going to learn how can we deploy it for free on a Vercel. Before that, we are going to push this all our project to the GitHub, so that later on anytime you want it you can access it from the GitHub. So go to the github.com. Here we are going to create a new repo. I will say Canva clone 2.0, and then I will create a repo. Once you create the repo, just copy this remote origin and go to your terminal. Over here I will run a command git init, then we'll set the remote origin, then I will add all the file, I will stage all the files, and then we'll give a commit message. We'll say initial commit and then simply push it. Now if you are pushing very first time, then you have to push it to the main origin, and if you see our code is getting pushed. Once it's done, let's go and just refresh it. You will see your project over here. Okay, next thing, go to the Vercel, and if you don't have account, create a new one. It's completely free. Here I will click on the project, select the repo. Now I already connected my GitHub, and you will see our project. We just push it, right? So it's saying just now. Click import and then give the project name. Over here now we want to override this build command, as we are using the Convex and we were using the Convex on a development mode. So if you see, this is in the development mode, right? But if you want to go to the production mode, you have to switch it to the production. And in order to follow the step, I will put the link in the description for the Convex hosting documentation. It's quite straightforward. It depends on which platform you are deploying. So in this case we are selecting Vercel. And the simple thing that you need to do, you have to build override your command, and you just copy this command, go back to Vercel, and simply I will enable this and paste this command, something like this. Okay, inside this environment variable you need to add the Convex production key or deploy key. Okay, that you can generate from the production environment. So make sure to select the production environment. Go to the setting, and over here you will see a deploy key. Click generate production key. I will say proc, and then we'll save it. Once you save, it will generate this production key. Copy that and simply paste it here. And for this environment key name, you need to give the same name called Convex deploy key. Okay. If you are using the self-hosting, then make sure to follow my previous tutorial where I explain how to do the self-hosting deployment in the production. Now click add more and simply go to your .env.local file. Whatever the key you have, just copy everything and simply paste here, something like this. See, And once you are done pasting, simply click deploy. Now it will start deploying your application on the cloud. Also, if you face any issue, you will find in the log, check the log, fix the issue, and just push your code again to the GitHub and then start deployment. So we'll wait to finish this deployment, and boom, our application is now deployed. If I click and open it, you will see our application has the dedicated domain, and then obviously it's asking us to sign in. Now currently, obviously you can able to sign in, no issue, but in order to enable the stack auth, so just search on Google because that's what we integrated, right? The stack auth. You need to convert this or enable the production mode. So simply sign into your dashboard and then simply select the project. Inside this project, go to the domains, and here you can add the domain. So let's copy this domain for our project, which is this Canva clone 2.0. I will just paste it here. So I will click add new domain, paste it here. We don't need this HTTP, so I will remove that. And you have advanced setting as well if you want, and simply click create. Okay. Now simply go to the project setting, and here you need to enable the production mode. Okay, but before that we have to make sure it is not allowed. So we go to the configuration, and here we'll simply say we'll just disable this one, and then go to project setting, and then you can enable the production mode. Okay, as simple as that. And that's how you can now you have the authentication in the production mode as well. And then simply log into your application. Obviously this is the production mode, so everything is new here. You have option to create a new post. Here you can add design name, width, height, or you can select the existing one. If you want start with the existing template, that also you can go do it. Okay, but if you see in the production mode we don't have templates, right? So simply what you need to do, go to the development mode. Okay, and over here I will go to the data templates, and you can export this template as well. Okay, so I don't know whether we have this option over here, but I believe we have the option. Okay, so let's go to the setting, and we'll say backup restore. We'll say backup now, and then you can download from here. Once it's ready, you can download this one, and then I will go to the production, and from the restore, right, we can restore this one. So over here, if you go to this backup restore, you have option called restore from, and you can select this. You will see from the dev environment you can have option to select it. Okay, and we'll say restore. Obviously it will just copy to a production. Yes, say I understand, and then simply restore. Once it restore, you will see inside the template now you have all of your templates ready. And now if I go back to our application, boom, you will see the projects and the templates and everything is now restored from dev environment to the production. How easy, right? Now once you click any of these templates, it will generate it for you, and boom, say, and now you have option to customize your template as well. So guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you enjoyed this one. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can connect to or ask any question on the Discord channel. If you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any updates, and please share this video, like this video, and we'll come up with the new AI project in my next video.